Okay. Let's make sure this shit is right. Okay. We are back in the building yet again. Gotta loosen my utility belt. So, we are here today to talk about all of this woke effery. So, as I'm sure you all know, today was the memorial for Charlie Kirk. And from what I understand, they had record-breaking attendance. Record-breaking attendance, right? Record-breaking attendance. And one of the things that I saw today that was by far the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life, right? Because I'm gonna be totally honest with you. The demise of Charlie Kirk signifies the beginning of the end of wokeness. And I'm gonna break that down today. I'm gonna lay it all out so that you guys can understand perfectly what I mean, right? So the thing I saw today that was disgusting to me, fry his ass. The thing I saw today that was disgusting to me was Jasmine Crockett went on to CNN and had a number of disparaging things to say about Charlie Kirk. And I'm sitting there like, it's bad enough that people started talking trash about Charlie Kirk before he was even cold in the ground. Like his body wasn't even cold. His body wasn't even cold. And they already were talking trash about him, right? But to go on TV today during his memorial service and talk trash about him, like, bro, they've reached a new level of low. Shout out to Lotus Flower, appreciate you. They've reached a new level of low, and I've come to the conclusion that there cannot possibly be any type of God or spirituality or righteousness, whatever word you want to use, whatever word you want to use, it ain't in them. It's just not. It's just not. And one of the reasons why I say, like, I really feel like wokeness was already on life support. This entire concept that we call wokeness, that that the left participates in, right? It already was on life support. It's ran its course. It's done everything that it could possibly do. Wokeness has rioted. Wokeness has burned down cities. Wokeness has destroyed families. Wokeness has infiltrated the schools. Wokeness has infringed upon free speech. Wokeness has attacked the very language with which we speak, right? Wokeness has destroyed entire industries. People are online right now talking about Hollywood like Hollywood is a ghost town. People are talking about Disney World like Disney World's attendance is so far down. Like Disney just lost, like, what was it like? It was something crazy. What was it, like 40 billion? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It was either, I don't know if it was 4 or 40, but they lost like billions in one day. So, in my humble opinion, I feel like wokeness was already on its last legs. It was already dying out. You feel what I'm saying? This, in my opinion, this is nature taking its course, or nature course correcting, right? Um, it's kind of like that movie Jurassic Park, when Dr. Malcolm is talking to the guys, and he's telling them, he's like, genetics is the most awesome force, you know, it's the most awesome force wielded by man since the invention of fire. He said, but you guys wield it like you're playing with your daddy's gun. And like you're a kid playing with your father's gun, right? And he said, one thing I know for sure, he said, nature will figure a way. Nature, crashes into things and can be violent and, all of these different things. But one thing I know for certain, it will, and the guy is like, are you saying that a island filled with females is all of a sudden gonna mate? And he is like, no, what I'm saying is nature finds a way. And look, I had this conversation with you guys before, and I don't know if y'all remember or not, but a while back, I can't remember if it was 2019. 2019, I was sitting on my balcony, right? And I was doing a live stream. I was talking to you guys, and I pointed out to the woods. And I said, everything that you see that we're doing, as people, right? All of this is temporary. All of the things that we invent, the internet, the phones, the laptops, the cars, the buildings, all of this shit is temporary. The only thing that will outlast everything is nature, is what you see out there. That shit will outlast everything. Like we don't realize, we're so far away from the primitive world, but we're still so close to it. And I told everybody, I said, the way the world is going, eventually nature is going to do something to course correct it. Because all of this goofy shit that you see us humans doing right now, it goes against nature, or it goes against God, whichever one you want to say, right? So I did that live stream, and right after the live stream, the pandemic happened. And when the pandemic happened, you saw all of these people. We saw all of these people just like, all of these people were just, they were reverting back to the natural order of things. Because like I said before, somebody once asked me, like, yo, as goofy as the world is now, what can we really do to fix it? I said, we can't do anything to fix it. I said, there's nothing we can do to fix it. We're humans. We screwed it up, and we can't unscrew it. You feel me? So they were like, well, what are we going to do? I said, there's nothing we can do. The only thing that's going to fix shit is an act of God. That's the only thing that's going to fix shit. And guess what? I got news for the wokies. Right? Because everybody's having this philosophical debate about whether or not certain lifestyles are natural, certain lifestyles are right. There's only one argument that I have. Now keep in mind, I don't care how people choose to live their lives, because I can't be responsible for your life any more than you can be responsible for mine. I don't care how you live your life. I don't care who you have sex with, right? As long as whatever you decide to do in your life is not weaponized and then used to attack me, right? So if you want to call yourself a purple dinosaur from the planet Zoom, cool. You can run around all day. You can even have a cape on your back. You can run around all day with your arms out in the air, acting like you're flying, and truly believe in your mind that you're flying and that you're a purple dinosaur from the planet Zoom. But I don't have to acknowledge that. I don't have to acknowledge that. When I look at you, what I see is a guy running around with a cape on, pretending to be a purple dinosaur from an imaginary planet named Zoom. That's what I see. I'm sorry, I am not going to affirm your delusion. And that's just real, right? Now, some people will say, well, angry man, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel that way? Why does it have to be like that? Well, it's simple. The reason why it has to be like that is because I'm smart enough to understand why things are a certain way. Okay? Now, from a philosophical position, you can say whatever you want. From an opinion, you can say whatever you want. But from a fact, I can explain this easily. The reason why I know certain lifestyles and certain ways of living is incorrect is because it does not align with the natural order of life. Okay? And this is the simplest way to put it. This is the simplest way to put it, right? Let's take this phone, for instance, right? This is a USB-C port. We know that a USB-C port can go into a USB-C socket, right? Now, I'm pretty sure I can find plenty of places to stick this and would fit. But it does not mean that when I stick it into that place that it can fit, that anything's going to happen. Okay. The only time that this is effective is when you stick it where it's supposed to go. It's the only time you make a real connection. It's the only time you are able to generate electricity, charge something, or whatever you want to say it is, right? And that's just simple. That's just simple, basic logic, right? Just because you can do something does not necessarily mean that it's what you're supposed to be doing. Animals understand this, but it seems like us humans, we don't seem to be able to grasp this concept, right? We don't seem to be able to grasp this concept. Even though you can tell people straight up, you can say, look, man, the number one imperative, the number one purpose of life, I don't care what you are. Shout out to Calvin. I don't care what you are. I don't care if you're a jellyfish. I don't care if you're a regular fish. I don't care if you're a bird. I don't care if you're a dog. I don't care if you're a panther. I don't care if you're a tiger, lion, bear, muskrat, human being, elephant. It doesn't matter what you are. If you live, the number one imperative of life is to create more life. And look, here's the funny thing about this, because you got a lot of people that say, oh, well, religion doesn't acknowledge science and science doesn't acknowledge religion. Well, if you're an idiot, you'll believe that. If you're an idiot, you'll believe that. Science merely explains what God does in its limited understanding of God. That's just my humble opinion, right? So from a religious standpoint, The Almighty says, go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. From the scientific standpoint, we know that the number one biological imperative of life is to create more life, which reaffirms go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. Right? So guess what? And here's the thing that you're not going to like. If you're engaging in a lifestyle that does not produce more life, it's incorrect. You can do it. You can do it. You can do whatever you want, as long as you're not infringing upon the rights of other people. But I'm just telling you what the facts are. I'm just telling you what the facts are. Now, the only reason why I bring this up, because some of you are probably going to be like, okay, Angryman, what's the purpose of bringing this up? The only reason why I bring this up is because that seems to be one of the centerpieces of wokeness. I don't know why, but for some reason, the wokies are just dead set against the natural order of things. They seem to hate anything natural. You know, if you see most woke people, what color is their hair? They have their hair dyed a color that does not naturally grow out of anybody's head. You know, if someone is born a certain way, they want to use medical treatment and medical procedures to change it. You feel me? You know, it's this sort of ideology where, you know, instead of accepting the reality of what things are and learning how to deal with that and cope with that, they would rather try to bend reality to fit a fantasy. And this is the reason why you see sometimes people, their minds snapping, because you can't you can't bend reality in that way. There's limitations, right? There's limitations. You can try to change your perception, but your perception is not reality. You feel me? See, this is the problem with, and it goes back to what the wokies talk about when they say things like my truth. Okay, the truth is reality. When you say my truth, you're talking about your fucking perception. Okay, those are two entirely different things. You understand? When you say my truth, right? That is your perception of the world that you exist in. So because you're saying my truth and you're talking about your perception, someone else could be having a totally different experience and they can consider that their truth. The only problem is what happens when their truth and your truth contradict each other. It means it's not a truth. It means it's not a reality. It means that you're just operating off of your own perception, which can be very dangerous. Can be very dangerous, right? There are some people in this world that their perception tells them that some people are inferior to others. Now, when a person has that perception and that's their truth, that some other group of people is inferior to them, it's not a problem if that person doesn't have any power. But if that person has power, it becomes a real problem. Like, say, for instance, the short mustache guy from back in the 1940s. He believed that another group of people was inferior to him. That was his truth. See how dangerous that is? That's the reason why you can't say your truth, because even though to him, his perception was that that was his truth, that's not the truth. The truth is no one is inferior to anyone based solely upon their race, religion, or creed. You understand? This is why I say, even though wokeness attempts to be inclusive and not racist and not exclusionary, even though, if that's a word, I don't know if exclusionary is a word. I think it is. But even though wokeness proposes to be all of these things, it ends up being the thing it fights against. So wokeness proposes that it is anti-fascism. The only problem is wokeness becomes fascism with a facelift. You know, wokeness becomes fascism under the guise of moral superiority. And look, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If you study history, the one thing you'll know about history is that there's no such thing as a proper villain. Okay? We grow up watching TV shows, cartoons, movies, and we have this concept of good and evil. We knew that He-Man was absolute good, and we knew that Skeletor was absolute evil. That's not the way the world works. See, if we were in the real world, Skeletor would not think that he's evil. The short mustache guy, he didn't think he was evil. He thought he was justified. He thought he was righteous in what he was doing. And we can go through all of the, historical tyrants that were horrible and terrible people. They never believed they were terrible people. In fact, go back and read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People. What was it, Napoleon Hill? Was it Napoleon Hill or Dale Carnegie? I think it was Napoleon Hill. Go back and read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People, where he talks about this. No one thinks they're a bad person. No one thinks they're a bad person. It is only, in fact, I'll put it to you like this. This is the reason why they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because usually what creates a tyrant is when someone in a position of power believes wholeheartedly, unequivocally, that they know what's best for everybody. And they're willing to go to extremes to force that better thing onto everybody. This is what the woke has been doing. This is what the left has been doing for a very long time. They believe that if the world operated the way they wanted it to operate, we would be living in a utopia. There are many of them that believe this foolishness, not understanding that it's impossible for human beings to have a utopia. It's impossible. If you were even able to create the architecture of a utopian society, we would find problems. We would create problems. And the reason why is because the concept of a utopia, the concept of constant peace and never having any type of war, the concept of all of that, it's a dream. It's not real. It's not real. That is not the nature of life. The nature of life is a balance. The nature of life is both order and chaos. The nature of life is both positive and negative. The nature of life is what we consider or what we perceive as both good and evil. This is the reason why our atoms have both a negative and a positive charge. We're never going to get away from this. This thing comes from the building blocks of life. what we know to be atoms. This thing breaks all the way down to the molecule. We're never going to get around. The only thing we can really do is try to mitigate it. The only thing we can do is try to lessen the blow or bring it down some. You feel what I'm saying? But some of you probably saying, well, angry man, by that logic, then that means nothing is wrong. Everything we do just is what it is. No, because there are some things that are a constant, right? Shout out to Terrell, said a utopia sounds boring. Exactly. There are some things that are a constant. You feel me? There's some things that are a constant, and that's never gonna change, right? There's some things that work. Like, for instance, believing that family does not consist of man, woman in a coupling situation with children, believing that that's not right or that you can do it any other way, that's foolishness. And the reason why is because, look, if you want to know what's right compared to what's wrong, all you have to do is look at what both religion and science confirm. If it's something that both religion and science agree with, 9 times out of 10, it's right. You feel me? If it is something that both religion and science affirms, that is usually the right thing. Shout out to Lee. Appreciate you. But anyway, not to go off too much on a tangent about, the mysteries of the universe. Wokeness proposes that everything that came before wokeness is wrong. In other words, if we're really being totally honest, wokeness wants to reinvent the wheel. Wokeness looks at the wheel and says, you know what? I think we can improve that. I don't think it should be round. I think it should be square, or maybe even triangle, maybe even a rectangle. It doesn't need to be a wheel. That's wokeness. And then wokeness will basically tell you that if you think that the wheel is supposed to be round, that means if you're a guy, it means you're a misogynistic, patriarchal, warmongering, chauvinistic asshole, and a bigot and a racist. If you think that the wheel is supposed to be round. If you're a woman, it means that you're oppressed, you're male-centered, you're a pick-me, and the problem with you is you're not enlightened enough to understand that men have destroyed the world. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? The only problem is, and this is what wokies refuse to accept, we know that the wheel is supposed to be round because it has worked for so long. Now, for those of you that are a little bit on the slow side, of course, I'm not literally talking about the wheel. I'm talking about every single concept that we have that has been around just as long, if not longer than the wheel, that actually works. Man, woman, child works. In fact, it works so well that the moment you disrupt the concept of man, woman, and child, you get all types of bullshit. Except when it's just man and child. And there's a reason for that too. And I'll break it down. So man, woman, and child, that is the best structure. That usually produces the best children who then grow up to repeat that process. The moment that you disrupt that structure and you have just woman and child, that's when you get 90% of the children being dysfunctional, right? The only reason you don't get that same level of dysfunction when it's man and child is because many of the concepts that man, woman, and child function under is the concepts that man created. This is the reason why when you see a man who's a single father, he can still produce well-rounded children that can go out into the world and function properly, because the concepts that they need in order to function in civilization are the same concepts that man believes in and man created. When you look at women who are single, usually these are women who have rebelled against men. So, of course, they're going to rebel against the things men create, the ideologies that men create. This is why we have some of the problems we have. You have some women out here that are trying to teach their children a new age way of thinking that is not tested, hasn't been around long enough to know if this is good for us to do. Feminism rails against traditionalism, but the only thing about it is traditionalism has been around for a very long time. How long has feminism been around? Has it even been 100 years? Has feminism even been around 100 years? No. And even during the time that it's been around, it has constantly been changed. Constantly. You in this day and age, you could literally have a first wave feminist that doesn't even agree with a third wave feminist. Like, you could have a first wave feminist, third wave feminist. They are diametrically opposed to each other. So wokeness, in my humble opinion, was already on the way out because wokeness is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. And the other night when I was on, last Thursday when I was on Sarah and the Raging Tomato, if we would have really been able to dive into the meat of that particular topic with wokeness, because if you notice, a lot of the panelists that were woke, they were trying their best to deflect away from that because they did not want to have that conversation. They didn't want to talk about wokeness. They want to dive into everything else. They want to act like I wasn't properly defining wokeness because they know they cannot defend wokeness. They can't defend it because it cannot stand on its own legs because it has no real foundation. The foundation, you know what the foundation of wokeness is? The foundation of wokeness is the same foundation that a little girl has for wanting unicorns and fairies to be real. I'm going to say that again. Wokeness has the same foundation as a 5-year-old girl that wants unicorns to be real. That's the foundation of wokeness. I want this to be this way because I want it to be this way. And that's it. That's it. There's nothing else to it. There's nothing else to it. And this is the reason why it cannot establish itself, maintain itself, and then become, it's not like, what do they say about Tony Stark's arc reactor is self-sustaining? See, traditionalism is self-sustaining. In order for traditionalism to stop, it's just like the wheel, okay? The reason why the wheel is so effective is because it gets momentum. Once it starts moving, it's self-sustaining. In order to stop it, you need to cause friction. You need to put brakes on it. And it's the same thing with the nuclear family, traditionalism, masculinity, femininity. All of those things are like the wheel. They have their own momentum. The only way that you can stop it is you have to interfere with it. You have to cause it to break or slow it down. Wokeness is not like that. See, wokeness is like a crank that you got to keep cranking. Just got to keep cranking it, keep cranking it, keep cranking it. But unlike the wheel, wokeness, with the wheel, you have to create friction to stop it. Wokeness causes friction. So you can only crank it for so long before it heats up and starts to fucking melt. Y'all following me so far? This is for all the assholes that said that I didn't properly define wokeness. See, now the way I'm defining it is probably going over your head. It probably was going over your head last Thursday, which is the reason why you couldn't understand where I was coming from. Wokeness creates friction. And that's the reason why it is not self-sustaining. That's the reason why it cannot keep going. It cannot keep moving forward. And we see it. We see it now with Disney. We see it now with these TV shows. We see it now with these news media outlets. We see it everywhere. And a lot of people, they can't read. The people on the left are like spoiled children. A spoiled child will think that the ride never ends. A spoiled child will not only think that resources are endless and that no one has to pay a price for those resources, right? If you've ever seen a spoiled child, once it's time for them to go out into the world on their own, they initially reject it because it's such a shock to the system, because they're used to everything being laid out. And you see this going on right now with the left. You see this going on right now with the wokies. They've been used to running the show for so long and getting their way for so long that they can't even comprehend taking an L. This is the reason why they lost their shit when Donald Trump first got elected. Shout out to Seeker of Truth, said late for class, sending my late fee. Yo, and we're 42 minutes into the show and we only got 5 contributors. What's going on, people? What's really good? What's going on, folks? This is the reason why they lost their minds when Donald Trump got elected the first time. And the moment he got elected, they could not accept the shit. And they decided to go all in on this ideological war against Donald Trump, the right, and conservatives. The only problem is they didn't realize how many conservatives are in this country. And see, what you have to understand about conservatives, there's a reason why the lefties, when they don't get their way, they'll burn cities down. The reason why they burn cities down when they don't get their way is because they have been trained they've been trained to believe in communism and anarchy and all of that foolishness, right? The reason why the right doesn't burn cities down when they get upset is because the right are conservatives, and conservatives are laid back. See, the left exerts its energy, the right conserves its energy. The left believes in the sword, the right believes in the pen. Okay? If someone on the left goes to a store or a restaurant and that restaurant messes up their order, they want to knock shit off the counter. They want to scream at the manager. They want to go completely off. That's the left. If someone from the right goes in a restaurant and they mess up their order, that person is going to say, okay, give me your corporate information. And then that person's going to go home and they're going to write a complaint letter. That's the difference. What I'm telling you is that the left are children and the right are adults. This is what I'm telling you. Now, as much as they try to say when Biden got elected, oh, the adults are back. No. When Trump got elected the first time, that was the adults getting the reign of power. Now, some of y'all say, well, Trump, how can you say that Trump's administration are the adults? Look at the way he talks to everybody. He deals with you on your level. The reason Trump talks to you like your children is because you fucking behave like children. Period. Point blank, period. Remember that scene on Succession? It's one of the scenes in the last season, right? His children were such disappointments, right? The father, what's his name, Roy? Roy told them, he said, y'all are not serious people. And I got news for you. If you're not a serious person, look, Trump is a billionaire real estate guy, coming from a different era. If you're not a serious person, he's not going to treat you like a serious person. If you want to run around lying about him, cracking jokes about him, making fun of him, talking about him like he's crazy, Trump is a Gen X style person. And the way Gen X operates, and I know he's not a Gen Xer, but he acts like one. The way Gen Xers behave, the moment you start clowning us, making fun of us, talking crazy to us, we're not going to take the high road. We're going to give you a taste of your own medicine, but we're going to do it in a very aloof, indifferent way. It's not going to be malicious. It's going to be the way we're going to operate. It's going to be like, by the time we're finished, you're going to be like, wow, he really doesn't give a fuck. See, in order for you to be malicious, you got to really care, right? And it's just like Trump said at Charlie Kirk's memorial. He said Charlie would want to forgive the people that did XYZ. Trump said, I don't. Trump said, I hate my rivals. And let me tell you something. He meant that shit. He meant that shit. You want to know what the motto is of Gen Xers? This is the motto of Gen Xers. Like we're generous as hell. We're willing to give you the shirt off of our back. And the only reason we're that way is because we grew up with stingy parents. Gen Xers grew up with the boomers. The boomers were stingy. They wouldn't help you. They wouldn't do shit for you. So because of that, we're willing to give you the shirt off of our back. However, the moment that we realize you don't appreciate us, the moment we realize that you're trying to make us out to be an asshole, the moment that we realize you got ulterior motives and you're on some other bullshit, we'll be like, okay. Now let me translate what okay means. Okay means I can show you better than I can tell you. I can show you better than I could tell you. I guarantee you that the moment they started trying to prosecute Trump with all of them fake felonious charges, I guarantee you he sat back in his chair like, bet. Okay, wait till I win this election. He made up his mind he was going to win that election, and that's exactly what he did. So everything that he's doing right now, ain't no need of sitting back acting like you're shocked. I'm not shocked at what he's doing. Hell, if you ask me, I feel like he's pretty tame. I feel like he's pretty tame because me in that same situation, oh my God. Oh my God. You would hate my guts. You would hate my guts. There's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way that I wouldn't be a complete problem for you. You feel me? But and by the way, if you're just coming in here, shout out to Bilderberg Boy said, liberals are Luciferians, the masters of rebellion. Their ideas and methods are meant to disrupt and cause chaos in a traditional society. They believe in do what thou will. True will, not free will. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, by the way, yo, if you're just coming in here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you support the show. You feel me? You can do so by going to Cash App, $ Fuel the Anger, or Cash App, $ The Angryman. Anybody that drops 100 or more will be a sponsor of the show. Anybody that drops 500 or more will be a super sponsor of the show. We definitely need 30 contributors. I'm going to set the clock. We need 30 contributors within the next hour. So definitely support the show. It is greatly appreciated. Let's see who we got so far. Oh, let's see who we got. Shout out to Zacchaeus. He said, what up, AM? I'm blessed to see 47 years old today. Yo, man, shout out to you, brother. Happy birthday, man. Y'all wish him a happy birthday in the chat. Shout out to Jerome. Jerome said, I sure hope you're right. Bring the truth, bro. Appreciate you. Shout out to Dark Power. Appreciate you. Shout out to D. Anthony. Said, for the knowledge, truth, and perspective. Appreciate you. Shout out to Tony 251. Appreciate the love, fam. And by the way, I saw that individual that came in here and said that I was a sellout. I would love to know what you mean. Well, I wouldn't love to know, but explain to me how I'm a sellout. Shout out to Brandon. Appreciate you. How am I a sellout? Is that just the term y'all use when you can't articulate yourself? Is that what y'all do? When you can't articulate yourself or you can't make a legitimate argument, you feel me? Lee Reed. And then he said, if you're broke, just say that. Oh no, everybody, I'm broke. See, they can't substantiate any real type of discussion. They can't substantiate any real type of pushback. You feel me? The only thing they can do is call you names. The only thing they know how to do is call you names, say, oh, you're a sellout, oh, you're a coon, oh, you're this, you're that. And this is what's so funny. Don't you find it interesting that y'all do realize that coon was a racial slur that racist white men used against black people? So ask yourself this question. Why would a black man refer to another black man as a coon when that was a racial slur used by racist Jim Crow white men to disparage black men? Why would a black man use that term? Why would a black man use that term? See, here's the reason why. Let me break it down for you. The reason why is because black men on the left secretly want to be the very thing they claim they hate. They secretly want to be the very thing they claim they hate. In fact, this is why they keep running around claiming that Charlie Kirk is racist. Because if Charlie Kirk isn't racist, they have to take the things he said about black people seriously. See, calling him racist gives black people the ability to dehumanize him and not acknowledge the legitimate critique he has given about the black community when prompted. Because keep in mind, Charlie Kirk never went to an event and just automatically started off with the topic of black people. The only time that Charlie Kirk has ever said anything about black people is when someone stood up in front of the mic and asked him questions about black people. That's the only time he's ever done that, right? So this is the thing you got to realize. The same way that a racist white man calling a black man a coon or a nigger is a way of dehumanizing black men, in this day and age, black men or black people in general calling white men colonizers or racist is a way to dehumanize them. Okay? Because guess what? If you refer to a white man as a racist, you've now dehumanized him, because to be a racist or a slave owner is immoral, right? So labeling a white guy racist today is a way of you justifying whatever happens to him, which is the reason why we see this celebration over Charlie Kirk, right? They're celebrating his death because they have already thoroughly dehumanized him by constantly calling him a racist and a homophobe, right? So because they've done that, you have a large portion of people that they don't want to recognize his humanity. Plus, there's a portion of black people that want to continue, they want white people to be racist. Because if white people weren't racist and black people had to accept the fact that white people weren't racist anymore, now you got to stop blaming them for your bullshit and you got to look in the mirror. And black people don't want to do that. There's a lot of black people that don't want to look in the mirror. They don't want to examine their own shit. Because then comes personal responsibility and accountability. They need white men to continue to be the boogeyman so that they can justify their circumstances and their situation. See, when dudes like you, Lee, come in here and you say things like, oh, you're a sellout. Who did I sell out? Who did I sell out? And how did I sell out? But see, this is the funniest thing about this. The funniest thing about this is your logic is flawed. Your logic is flawed. I'm going to tell you how your logic is flawed. Why do you think I would give a damn about your opinion of me when you don't even like me in the first place? Why do you think coming over here and calling me a sellout holds any weight? What do you think's going to happen when you come over here and call me a sellout? I'm going to say, oh no, someone black thinks I'm a sellout. Oh my God, what do I need to do to get your love back that I never had in the first place because you niggas don't even love each other? Why would I want the respect or the love of a group of individuals that will gun each other down in the street like a video game? Why would I want the respect and the love of individuals that don't even support me? Why would I want the love and respect of individuals that'll come here and watch me doing a live stream and say, why are you asking for money? You shouldn't be asking for money. You niggas never go to any white content creator shows and talk trash to them about making money as content creators, but you come to black people shows and tell them that they're not supposed to be doing shows and making money off of it. But yet you think the white man is the colonizer. You the one that want me to do some shit for free. You the one that want me to be a damn slave. If I went to a white man's company right now and started working after the time period has lapsed, I guarantee you I'll get my paycheck on time. And it'll be exactly what he said he was going to pay me. It's you niggas that don't want to pay no damn money. It's you niggas that don't want to go in your pocket and support your own. It's you niggas that don't want to patronize your own businesses in your own communities, talking about some why we ain't got no banks and grocery stores, because your black asses ain't going to shop at them. Don't come in here calling me a sellout. You niggas been sellouts. You been sellouts. You've been sellouts ever since you started gangs in your community. You've been sellouts ever since you started selling drugs in your own communities. You've been sellouts ever since them niggas in the boomer generation went to get a pack of cigarettes and never came back and abandoned their damn families. You've been sellouts ever since your women joined the feminist movement, even though that shit ain't had nothing to do with them. You've been sellouts ever since you're complicit in the loss of countless black leaders' lives. You've been sellouts ever since you didn't find no justice for Dr. King, Brother Malcolm, but you run around here praising Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. You've been sellouts. You've been sellouts ever since you co-signed sellouts. Coming here telling me nothing about being no damn sellout. The black community is fucked up because of you. Black people, nobody else. You've been sellouts ever since you made being a baby mama acceptable. You've been sellouts ever since you made out of wedlock births acceptable. You've been sellouts ever since you made single mama-ism acceptable. You've been sellouts ever since you made baby daddy-ism acceptable. What are we talking about? You've been sellouts ever since you voted for Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Barack Obama. You've been sellouts. Coming here like you holding up some prestige or some honorable thing in the black community. How the hell you gonna defend the honor of something that ain't honorable? Shout out to Seeker of Truth says some of these blacks will go into a black-owned business and expect free stuff. Exactly. Coming here telling me nothing about you a sellout. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. You Negroes been sellouts ever since you destroyed R&B. You've been sellouts ever since you destroyed hip-hop. You've been sellouts ever since you started co-signing remedial rap. You've been sellouts ever since you started promoting mumble rap. What are we talking about? You coming in here acting like I'm supposed to try to tap dance for your respect. I can't respect nobody that listens to Glorilla. I can't respect nobody that's a man and his woman run his house. I can't respect nobody that cape for 304s and strags. I can't respect nobody that has a whole group of women that will get on camera, turn around, and show the world they behind and start shaking it. Can y'all believe this? Negro gonna come into my chat room and call me a sellout when he come from that community. That's the one thing that black folks don't get. You don't get to point the finger at nobody when your community is in the shape it's in, when your culture is in the shape it's in. You don't get to point your finger at no damn body. What you need to do is shut the hell up and mind your business. Shut up and mind your business before you get thoroughly cooked. Cause Charlie Kirk cooked you with politeness. He cooked you with decency. I'm not going to cook you with politeness. I'm not going to cook you with decency. I'm going to call you out for the degenerate, raggedy, ignorant, trifling Negroes that you are. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. And guess what? Ain't nobody going to have a problem with it because everybody know it's true. You Negroes don't run nothing but your mouth. That's all you do. That's all you do. See, I told you. Look at KD. Angryman is Samuel L. Jackson in Django. Mr. Steven, my boy. No, I'm Django in Django. I'm Django in Django. Because I don't know if you noticed, but Django had smoke for them white folk and them Negroes down there. And them slaves down there. No, I'm Django in Django. You don't see no white guy sitting next to me. Hell is you talking about? I'm Django in Django. The same way, and guess who you are? You that slave walking beside the horse I was riding. That's who you are. You ain't even Steven, nigga. You ain't even Steven. See, I'm on a horse right now. And you coming in here looking at me. Sellout ass nigga. Why he get to ride on a horse? Oh, sellout. And just like Django told him, I'm going to tell you, stop eyeballing me. Stop eyeballing me, boy. Let me tell y'all something. I'm worse than any of these white men here. Play if you want to. Because Negroes like yourself, you don't know which way is up. You don't know which way is up. You don't know which way is up. And just like that movie with Richard Pryor, you don't know what it means to be a man. Go back and watch the movie Which Way Is Up with Richard Pryor. There's a lesson in that movie. There's a lesson in that movie. You're going to have to stop being a little boy and be a grown-ass man. Because you coming in here talking that crazy shit to me. Nigga, you don't know your ass from your elbow. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Because if you in here trying to say I'm a sellout because I called you niggas out on your disgusting behavior celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, that let me know you don't know your ass from your elbow. Because Charlie Kirk ain't your enemy. Charlie Kirk ain't did a damn thing to you. I'm going to tell you who your enemy is. Your enemy is Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, Jasmine Crockett, and every last one of them Negroes up there that keep you in a fury about white folk. That's your damn enemy. They setting your ass up for a fall, and you don't even realize it. That's your enemy. Them black faces in high places that constantly make you think it's still 1950. That's your damn enemy. That's your enemy. Your backwards ass coming in here talking about some you a sellout. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. On my father's side of the family, would my white great-grandfather think I was a sellout? On my mother's side of the family, would my Irish great-grandfather think I was a sellout? Yeah, and I know you're going to be triggered by that, but I have news for you. Not even my black great-grandmothers on both sides would think I'm a sellout, because they would look at you Negroes today and say, you niggas crazy. Coming in here talking about some sellout. Man, please. Man, please. Please. Who do you think you talking to, Negro? Who you think you talking to? And you're not going to come up in here with none of that pseudo pro-black rhetoric. You ain't going to come up in here with none of that. Because guess what? I done heard it all, seen it all. You feel me? I done heard it all, seen it all. I grew up with an uncle in the Nation of Islam. I grew up around 5%ers, God bodies, every type of pro-black group you can think of. And I know all the knowledge. In fact, I know more of it than you do. So soon as you jump in here trying to hit me with any of it, you better know your shit. Because I'm going to make you look like a damn fool. I'm going to make you look like a damn fool. You want to jump in here and start talking that pro-black shit? I guarantee you, your raggedy ass ain't even read The Miseducation of the Negro. You never even read the ISIS paper, From Niggas to Gods. You ain't read none of it. None of it. Have you read The Black Bourgeoisie? You ain't read none of it. You ain't even educated yourself on yourself. Your entire consciousness comes from Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and them political Negroes on the Democrat plantation that's been tap dancing for Joe Biden and the rest of them racist Dixiecrats for my entire life. That's where your knowledge of self comes from. And you know how I know that? Because you think your history starts at slavery, dumbass. You still running around here thinking they brought millions of Africans from Africa on boats back in the fucking. You still believe that goofy ass shit. You still believe that goofy ass shit. You still believe you come from Africa. You still believe that goofy ass shit. You gonna come in here talking crazy to me and you don't even know your damn history? They told you the Indians wasn't black. He said, okay, okay. Don't even know your damn history. Gonna come in here telling me I'm a sellout. Nigga, please. Look, notice they got quiet now. An ancient man said, man, they ain't ready for these conversations. No, they not. Hey, you notice they got quiet. Where's some sellout comments? Come back. Come back with the sellout comments. Come back and talk some more shit. They ain't never read Behold the Pale Horse. They ain't never read that shit. They ain't never read none of those books. They ain't read none of that shit. And that's how you know they don't know the history of the world. How would they know? How would they know the history? Let me tell you something. I saw Joy Reid on a podcast, and this is what she said out of her mouth. She said the reason the Roman Empire fell is because it wasn't diverse enough. The Roman Empire. This woman said the Roman Empire fell because it wasn't diverse enough. Somebody remind me again, what school did Joy Reid go to? What college did she go to? What college did she go to? Come on, I know somebody know it. What college did Joy Reid graduate from? Harvard. And the other night when I was on Sarah and the Raging Tomato, Ryan said to me that Ketanji Brown Jackson was qualified to be a Supreme Court justice because she graduated Harvard. Do you see why I don't give a shit about people's degrees? Because do you have any idea how stupid you have to be to say that the Roman Empire fell because it wasn't diverse enough? Historically, the Roman Empire was one of the most diverse societies that ever existed. It's in fact the only society, the only civilization that we can compare to our modern day America. And it's ironic that she said that shit because the very reason that it failed was because it was too diverse. You have any idea how stupid somebody gotta be to say that? And this is a Harvard graduate. This is a Harvard graduate that said this shit. But see, here's the thing. When black folk ain't even willing to read the books that come from their history, I know you ain't read the books that come from other people's history. I know you ain't read it. You ain't studied none of the history of the world. Shout out to Zero Fallout. He said many of Rome's biggest war loss was from people they let into the legion. They learned from Rome and used it against them. Yep. Lowly One said, I've been noticing that whenever there's a great disaster, there always seems to be a Harvard man in the middle of it. Thomas Sowell. Woo, woo, woo. Lowly One. Yo, epic Thomas Sowell quote. Epic. Yo, look, here's the thing. This is what y'all got to realize. I'm a real intellectual. Okay? I'm not impressed with Harvard degrees. I'm not impressed with no type of degree. I don't care if you went to Harvard. I don't care if you went to MIT. I don't care if you went to Princeton. I don't give a damn where you went. I don't care if you went to Howard, Spelman, Morehouse. I don't give a shit. Because I'm not impressed with people who study because they're mandated to. I'm impressed with people who buy them books and read them books, not because they're getting a grade, not because it's an assignment for class, but because they wanted the knowledge. That's who I'm impressed with. That's who I'm impressed with. I'm impressed with the Charlie Kirks of the world. Yeah. Yeah. So you can be in your feelings about that if you want to. I really don't give a damn. You can be in your feelings about that if you want to. It is what it is at the end of the day. It is what it is at the end of the day. And by the way, to all of the people that were saying, oh, how you gonna compare Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King Jr., blah, 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 all of that shit. Did y'all see that memorial service? Did you see they filled a stadium? They filled a stadium. Did you see that memorial service? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? See, like I was saying earlier, wokeness was already on its last legs. Okay. The left is always going to be here. Democrats are always going to be here. But the concept of wokeness, see, any Democrats or any lefties that want to survive this shit, they need to move away from woke ideology. They need to go back to being the leftist liberals and Democrats that they used to be, which was more to the center. Because wokeness is done. It was already hanging off the cliff. Charlie Kirk losing his life and the left celebrating it pushed it completely over the edge. It's done. It's done. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. Destiny. I feel bad for you, bro. I feel bad for you. Now, some of y'all gonna be like, why would you feel bad for Destiny? Have you seen everything that's been coming out? Have you seen everything that's been coming out? They got Destiny on video, on a live stream, talking about how I don't even want to say it on my live stream. I don't even want to say it on my live stream. I don't even want to say it on my live stream. Bro is in hot water. He's in hot water. He's in hot water. When the powers that be start connecting those dots, all I can say is it don't look good. That's all I can say. From an optics perspective, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. From an optics perspective, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. But it's significant. It's significant. You got Disney going through what it's going through. And I don't know why everybody is shocked at what Disney's going through. You can look at Disney and see that Disney was headed down this path. Do you realize that some of the properties that Disney had is a license to print money? I mean, just think about this. Disney has Marvel. They have the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They have Star Wars. Not to mention all of the other Disney stuff that they had that they could just constantly reproduce. They could always redo Peter Pan. They could always redo Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, all of this. But look at what happened with Snow White. And what's her name? Rachel Ziegler. Look at that. Look at that debacle. That's the result of wokeness. That's the result of wokeness. How the hell could you have a actress playing a character she hates? Talking about why did Snow White have to clean up the dwarf's house? Because they let her ass stay there. What are you talking about? Disney literally had a license to print money. And they threw it all away for wokeness. They threw it all away for woke politics. And I don't know what the thought process is of Hollywood or Disney. I don't know what their thought process is. I genuinely believe they thought that, okay, we just got to double down. We just got to triple down. Sooner or later, they're gonna accept it. Like, no, you're learning that lesson that the architect in the Matrix learned. Remember when he said he kept losing, they kept losing large numbers of humans because they kept trying to give them a matrix that was perfect. And what did he say the solution was? He said they had to go back and give humans a matrix that mimicked the 20th century. They're about to learn this lesson. We will not function properly in a woke society. Because guess what? Here's the illusion. They try to make you think that wokeness is this large number of people. It's not. It just seems that way because Hollywood is woke, Disney is woke, these news media outlets are woke. So what it is you see everybody on TV being woke, you think everybody's woke. But what's really going on is the average everyday American is sitting at home looking at that woke shit like, I'm sick of this shit. That's what's happening. That's why the election went the way it went. That's why these media outlets are losing money. This is why Disney is losing money. This is why Hollywood is damn near dead. Because the average everyday American has walked the fuck away. This is the reason why YouTube is booming. YouTube is booming because the average everyday American can come to YouTube and watch somebody that has viewpoints that align with theirs, instead of coming to YouTube and having to constantly see wokeness 24/7. Like they're sick of it. The American public is sick of this shit. And here's the funny thing. Everybody keeps trying to say, oh, well, the only reason they got rid of Jimmy Kimmel is because Trump put pressure on the FCC and the FCC put pressure on ABC. Bullshit. 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 Let me tell you what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. This is what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's show was losing that network $14 million. Was it 14 million or was it 40 million? I can't remember. It was something ridiculous. I think it was 14 million. His show was losing that network $14 million a year. So they were losing $14 million a year just to do that show. Right? So already you got that. Okay. When he went up there and said what he said about the shooter being MAGA, he offended a lot of people in these localities, right? So everywhere you go, there's there's going to be an ABC in this area, that area. These are smaller networks, right? So these smaller networks basically said to what is it? Is it Skydance? I can't remember which one it is. These smaller networks said, look, we're not going to air Jimmy Kimmel's show. We're not going to air Jimmy Kimmel's show. And unless he can come on his show and apologize, unless he agrees to come on his show and apologize for the statements that he made, we're not going to air his show. So the problem is there were too many smaller networks that basically got together and said, we're not going to air his show. In fact, some of them, instead of showing his show, they showed a some sort of tribute to Charlie Kirk. Right? So the network, so ABC, excuse me, was it ABC or was it Disney? I can't remember. I think Disney is over ABC. So they went to Jimmy Kimmel and they said, look, you got to go on air and apologize. And he told them, I'm not going to apologize. In fact, I'm going to double down. And the moment he said that, that's when they said, okay, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and suspend you indefinitely. And I told y'all what the reason was. If he goes out there and double down, what happens when Erica Kirk sees that shit and says, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm suing ABC. ABC has already had to kick out a bunch of money to Donald Trump because of George Snuffleupagus' mistake. So at this point, it's not even about whether or not ABC agrees with Jimmy Kimmel. At this point, it's about money. You're already losing us $14 million a year to do the show. And now you're about to put us in territory that may make us liable to litigation. No, we not doing this. Now, after that decision was made, the FCC chair came out and said he's glad that they did what they did because something has to be done, and we can either do this the hard way or the easy way. How did the FCC chair put pressure on these networks if they had already made this decision before he even said that? And if Trump had the power to do that, he would have done it a long time ago. If Trump had the power to do that, Colbert would have been gone. Jimmy Kimmel would have been gone. The View definitely would have been gone. No, this is about money. This is about dollars. And this is about the fact that so many people in local, I guarantee you that people in local areas was sending nasty emails, all types of shit to their local television station. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see this. I guarantee you that was happening. I guarantee you that was happening. Mark said because Trump made statements about their licenses. That's not true. Trump can make as many statements as he wants. You think this is the first time Trump has complained about an on-air personality? You do remember he was president before. You do remember he was president before. And when he was president before, he was complaining. Why didn't it happen then? Why didn't it happen then? Like, I get it. I get it. Y'all have Trump derangement syndrome and you want to blame Trump for everything. We get it. We get it. Trump lives rent-free in your head. We get it. We get it. Bro, you can call it a veiled threat. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But how the fuck are you supposed to keep a guy on the air that's losing you $14 million every year? You really don't understand how corporations work. In fact, I would argue that part of the reason they went ahead and suspended him indefinitely is because they knew you dumbasses would believe it was Trump's fault and Trump would take all of the heat for it instead of them. Yeah, go ahead. Look, we already losing money, you know, and he's putting us in a position where we could possibly get sued. Go ahead and suspend him indefinitely. Well, won't we have backlash from the fans? No, they're going to be mad at Trump. Don't even worry about it. They're going to be mad at Trump. And in actuality, a lot of them weren't stupid. A lot of them actually did blame Disney, and they started boycotting Disney, which is the reason why Disney ended up losing like billions of dollars. Disney ended up losing billions of dollars in one day. Billions in one day, which is hilarious in my opinion. It's hilarious because they came on, you know, the lefties jumped on social media and they said, since y'all got rid of Jimmy Kimmel, we're gonna boycott Disney. Okay. So let's make sure we understand this. All of you on the left that are woke, you're going to now boycott Disney? Yeah, we're going to boycott Disney. Well, shit, welcome to the club. Welcome to the party. Welcome. Come on in, fellas. Welcome to the party. Welcome. Exactly. Catfish. Promise? You promise? Please do. Please do. Like, yo, the left, you're literally the snake eating its own tail. Or the dog chasing its own tail. You can't make this up. You cannot make this shit up. Y'all are literally boycotting the very thing that is advocating for you. Joyful Joy said, thank you for this message. As a Black woman, my family hates my political views, but I was not always on the right. Hey, look, you're welcome over here. You're welcome over here anytime. You feel me? You're welcome over here anytime. Trust me, I got family members that don't like my political views. But I tell you what, it ain't going to change my political views. They can be mad all they want to. I know I'm on the right side of history. I know I'm on the right side of history. Yo, shout out to D. Anthony. He said, this won't be good for Mitchell/Destiny. LOL. It won't. Yo, we got 12 minutes left, guys, and we need 12 people. We got 12 minutes left, and we need 12 people, guys. We got 12 minutes left, and we need 12 people. Oh, my God. Will. I see Will in here. Will. Did you see all the info that's coming out about Destiny? Shout out to Catfish Tales for gifting the membership. Have you seen all the information that's coming out about Destiny? Yeah, Destiny definitely cooked. He's definitely cooked. He's definitely cooked. He should have been quiet about this. He should have been quiet about this. He should have been quiet about this. It's all on X. They've been posting it on X like crazy. Shout out to Joyful Joy for gifting the membership. They've been posting it on X like crazy. I was just sitting there going through it. I'm looking at all the stuff. I'm like, oh my God. Sweet Jesus. So everybody's been going back through his catalog and finding clips of him saying certain things, right? So this is all alleged. This is all alleged. I can't say for a fact. This is alleged, right? So allegedly, Destiny was going to, he was starting a tour the same way that Turning Point goes on tour, college to college, right? Destiny allegedly started something called Unf America, where a group of people were going to go to every college that Turning Point went to troll, I guess, to be in the audience and I guess challenge Charlie Kirk or whoever's talking, challenge them or whatever, right? Allegedly, shout out to Joyful Joy for gifting a membership. Allegedly, they are saying that one of the guys that was part of his tour was the guy that was asking Charlie Kirk the question when Charlie Kirk got shot. Now, I don't know how true that is, but that's what everybody's saying, right? Shout out to Donna, right? So you have that. That's already crazy. That's already nasty work. So let's just put that over on the shelf, right? Shout out to Billy Nico, said was watching Mark Lamont Hill give commentary on Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Kimmel on the Joe Budden podcast. Their takes were absurd. It's like they live in a different world, because they do live in a different world. So you got that, right? Then these are the three things that I noticed that stood out to me. Okay. The first thing is that I just described. The second thing is Destiny did an interview on CNN where he said he hated Charlie Kirk. That's why I was saying earlier, that shit don't look good. That shit don't look good, right? The third thing, they found an old clip of Destiny talking about some person that he was trolling and how he was seriously considering planning to that dude and his family. Shout out to Mama, said appreciate you. And I was like, look, I was looking at everything everybody was posting, and this is what I said. This is what I genuinely, and I'm not saying Destiny did anything. Let's be clear about that. I'm not saying he did anything, right? But here's the thing. I'm watching as people are posting certain things, and it's like they're trying to paint a picture. And I'm sitting back looking at the picture, and I'm like, bruh. That's not good. That's like, bruh. Like, like, bruh. Like, that's nasty work, bruh. That's nasty work. That is nasty work. That's nasty work. Matthew said, Angryman, I agree with you so much, but I have a question because I'm interested in your take. I heard something about Trump being the other people's key to CBDC. What? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what you're referring to. Like, seriously. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. You got to put me on. You got to central bank digital currency. Okay, hold on. Let me go back and read it again. Being the other people's key to, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Like, I'm like when it comes to digital currency, I'm gonna tell you the truth. This is just my take on it. That doesn't really have anything to do with Trump or other people's or whatever, right? My thing with digital currency is just like, okay, bro, we either gonna do it or we not. That's my thing. It like shit or get off the pot. Most of our currency is digital now anyway. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of people don't really walk around with cash anymore. A lot of people walk around with credit cards and things of that nature, right? So my thing is like, I don't know, because I'm torn with this because I think removing, like, I don't want us to get to a place where all currency is digital. I think that's dangerous. I think that's dangerous. I think we still need to have physical cash in circulation. I do believe that. I do believe that. So I don't know, man. My thing with digital currency is like they don't know what they want to do, man. They don't know what they want to do. You feel me? See, a lot of things, there's a lot of things I like about tech. You know, if it wasn't for tech, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for tech, I wouldn't be, you know, I would have to really question where I would be currently in this stage of my life. But there's a lot of things I'm still old school on. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't believe that the government or the powers that be or whoever should have that much control over a private citizen's life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Daryl. He said, Peace AM is Destiny and Omega, Delta, or Gamma male. He's weak physically, but strong in brain power. He's swarmy and wouldn't talk trash in person. Appreciate you. Shout out to Burnell. Burnell said he sent 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Destiny, he's the okay, so you know how, damn, I forgot what the category is. It's not an omega. It's not an omega. It's the other one. You know how sigma is like the same as alpha, but it's a little different. It's the category that's the same as omega, but it's a little different. Which one is that one? Damn, I forgot it. I forgot it. Which one is that one? Do y'all know which one I'm talking about? It is not because when I think it's a zeta. I think it's a zeta. It's the same. When I broke down the hierarchy, I used the wire, right? So to give you a good idea, Destiny is like Prop Joe. He's like Prop Joe. Destiny is not. He's not like Avon. He's not like Michael. He's not like Duke. He's not like Presbeluski. Presbelusi is a gamma, if I'm not mistaken. He's not like Marlowe. He's like Prop Joe. He's like Prop Joe. In that category, yes, it's Zeta. That category is basically a person who has all the qualities of an omega, which means socially awkward, not really attractive, not really a ladies' man, all of those different things, right? However, he can't be classified as an omega because he's intelligent enough to put himself in good positions. That's a Zeta. That's the Prop Joe type individual. And just to make sure, let me look it up. Yeah, that's what he is. He's a Zeta. He's a Zeta. Zeta male is a rare male personality type who rejects societal expectations and stereotypes of masculinity. They are confident, independent, and march to the beat of their own drum. Zeta males are the newest addition to the male social hierarchy, often considered to be at the top alongside alphas and just below sigmas. Characteristics: nonconformist. They reject traditional beliefs and gender norms. Progressive. They advocate for flexible work hours, workplace reforms, and progressive policies. Creative. They excel in careers like acting, writing, music, and art. Independent. They are driven by their own passions and interests. Self aware. They work to better themselves and the people around them. Unique. They carve out their own identity amidst traditional roles of dominance or submission. Yeah. Yeah. They're he's a Zeta. He's definitely a Zeta. Which is the main reason why when he look, here's the thing. That's the main reason why when he had his interaction with me, he didn't know how to come at me. He didn't know how to come at me because Zetas know how to trigger alphas. Zetas know how to trigger alphas. Alphas don't really like Zetas because alphas go along with the traditional things. Alphas, exert authority and shit. This is the reason why Marlo did what he did to Prop Joe, because Marlo was an alpha and Prop Joe was a Zeta, right? The problem with Zetas is Zetas think they're the smartest person in the room, and they're not. Okay. In some instances, they're smarter than alphas, but it doesn't matter because alphas can physically beat them. Alphas can physically dominate them, and alphas can get the crowd on their side. Zetas can't really get the crowd on their side. In this day and age, they can because of wokeness, right? Wokeness, a Zeta is an alpha in a woke community, if that makes sense. A Zeta is an alpha in a woke community. Zeta is the equivalent of an alpha for woke people, right? But he doesn't know how to deal with somebody like me because I'm a Sigma, and Zetas aren't smarter than Sigmas. They appear to be, but they're not. They're not, right? And people are like, yo, well, I think that Destiny beat you in that debate. You name for me one moment where I lost my cool in that debate. See, that's the only time that Destiny feels like he's won a debate is when he gets you to lose your cool. When he gets you to trip out, start yelling and doing all of that shit. And that's the whole reason why, like, people were waiting for me to snap out on Destiny on that live stream, and I never did. And the reason why I never did is because I know that's what he considers a victory. That's what he considers a victory. You feel what I'm saying? Zetas are usually nerds. Zetas are usually nerds. That's why it's hilarious that in the movie Revenge of the Nerds, their chapter was called Lambda, 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 when it should have been Zeta, Zeta, Zeta. Because that's what that chapter was. That was a bunch of Zetas. That was a bunch of Zetas. Said, honestly thought Destiny is a beta male. No. 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 He's not a beta male. He's not a beta male. If he was a beta male, he wouldn't run around challenging. He wouldn't run around challenging the alphas the way he does. Tony Yayo is a beta male. Memphis Bleak is a beta male. And keep in mind, a beta male is not a bad thing. The thing y'all got to realize when it comes to the hierarchy of men, you cannot base your opinion of the hierarchy on what women say. Women don't like betas because they want alphas. But a beta male is not a bad thing. A beta male is simply a dude that understands his position and has no problem following the lead of an alpha. That you actually need beta males. You need beta males in the military. You need beta males in society. In fact, I would argue that if you didn't have beta males, you'd have chaos. You'd have chaos. You got to have, LeBron is definitely a beta male. LeBron is definitely a beta male. Somebody like, how do you know that? Because he doesn't have, this is how you know he's a beta male. Because if he was an alpha, he would have the same killer instinct that Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan has. Shout out to King Cato said, so a Zeta is Scar from the Lion King. Absolutely. 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 Zetas tend to be villains. Zetas tend to be villains. And the reason why is because they usually are not accepted by society. And because they're not accepted by society, they get angry at society, but they're actually smart enough to cause a problem for society. So yeah, Zetas tend to be villains. Now, a Sigma can be a villain, but if a Sigma decides to be a villain, he's going to be much worse than a Zeta. Like, for instance, the Riddler is a Zeta. The Joker is a Sigma. And that's the reason why, if you notice, when it comes to Batman's rogues gallery, none of the villains ever seem to outrank the Joker. None of them seem to outrank the Joker. AM, what do you think Bane was, bro? Bane was an alpha. Bane was an alpha. Bane from the comic book was an alpha. Because see, in the movies, they always put Bane under somebody. You feel what I'm saying? They always put Bane under somebody. But in the comics, Bane ain't under nobody. Bane is an alpha. Killer Croc is an alpha. Ra's al Ghul is a is he a Sigma or an alpha? I think he might be a Sigma. I think Ra's al Ghul might actually be a Sigma. Because Batman's not an alpha. Batman is a Sigma. Superman is an alpha. Superman is an alpha. Batman is a Sigma. And there are times where you will see alphas and Sigmas. They can be friends, but there's always going to be a point where they don't agree with each other, which is why you see that dynamic between Superman and Batman. Batman, is definitely a Sigma. If he became a villain, he would be a problem. He would be a real problem. You feel what I'm saying? Lex is an alpha. And that's why he's weary of the Joker. Because the Joker's a Sigma. Like, bro, I could do this all day. Like, I could do this all day with the hierarchy. And it always fits. It always fits. Yeah, the Joker, the see, the thing about the Joker, he uses logic. He's just smart enough to make it seem like it's mindless. That's why when he gave that speech, when he was talking to Harvey Dent in the hospital, and he told him, he said, you really think I have a plan? It's like I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. He's lying. He's lying through his teeth. He meticulously planned shit. Right? He's lying through his teeth, but he wants Harvey Dent to believe he's just mindless, because that's his, that's his weapon, to make people think that, see, Batman is the only one that really understands him. So that's the reason why Batman can always catch him, because he knows that the Joker is not just doing things mindlessly. He knows the Joker is driven by a purpose. You feel me? And his purpose is, he always says he wants to drive Batman crazy. When really, if you dive deeper into the psychology of it, Joker is trying to figure out how, if you go watch if you read The Killing Joke, right? He knew that Batman had one bad day that turned him into Batman, because he, the Joker, had one bad day that turned him into the Joker. And in the conundrum, the thing that kind of drives the Joker crazy is he's trying to figure out why Batman went the direction he went on that bad day, instead of going the direction the Joker went on that bad day. So it bothers him. He wants to understand why. When I had my bad day, it turned me into a raving lunatic. It turned me into a psychopath. Why did it turn you into this disciplined dude with a code that you refuse to break? And it's because the Joker doesn't understand his own mind. He doesn't understand the mind of a Sigma. A Sigma can end up being the worst villain the world has ever known, or he can end up being the greatest hero the world has ever known. And that drives the Joker crazy. And that's the reason why the Joker and Batman will forever have that dance, because they represent the yin and the yang. They represent two sides of the same coin. You feel me? But yeah, Destiny is definitely a Zeta. Scarecrow is a Zeta too. Scarecrow's a Zeta. Penguin's a Zeta. Riddler is a Zeta. Scarface is an Alpha. The puppet Scarface is an Alpha. And the dummy, the guy that holds the puppet, he is a Beta. He's a Beta. Freeze is a Zeta. Two-Face is an Alpha. Two-Face is an Alpha and something else. It's hard to say with Two-Face because he has that split personality. Harvey Dent was definitely an Alpha. But when he snapped and ended up with two personalities, I don't know what his other personality is. I don't know what his other personality is. I don't know what his other personality is. How many of y'all were around when I did that show where I broke down the How many of y'all were around when I did that show where I broke down the hierarchy? That was one hell of a show. That was one hell of a show. Shout out to Red Lipstick Vibe, says support listening in the clouds. Appreciate you. Shout out to TJ. He said Trump's alpha, Elon Sigma. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. No. No. Actually, Trump is an alpha. Elon is a zeta. Elon is a zeta. He's not a sigma. Elon's a zeta. Elon is a zeta, just like Destiny. Shout out to Southern Diplomat. He says, shout out to AM and the Sigmas in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, bro. Elon is a zeta. Elon is a zeta. It's weird for us humans, right? Because I used to think that those designations were static. But I think because humans have we're different than animals, right? So when you look at a wolf pack, an alpha is always going to be an alpha. Beta is always going to be a beta. But with us humans, because our social dynamics are way more complicated, I got to defer to BGS Ibmore on this one. We had an argument about this, and I told him that what you are is what you are. But I think it's more complicated than that, because he was saying that a man can transition from one category to another. And I'm starting to believe that's true. I think the way it works is you have a natural inclination when you're born to a particular category. So you may be born with the natural inclination to be an alpha, but a defeat may break you and turn you into a beta. Like, I'm starting to really believe that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm noticing that some people that are sigmas are transitioning into alpha. You feel what I'm saying? Because the world needs it. Like right now, a lot of the alphas are displaying beta traits. You feel me? And I think that's due to the attack on masculinity. Because an alpha would be considered toxic masculinity, I think a lot of alphas have started displaying beta traits because the society is more comfortable with the beta male and not the alpha male. This is what I meant when I said I feel like the alphas are failing society. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know. Because then you have omegas. You have omegas that mess around and start climbing the rank, because an omega is at the bottom. But I've been seeing omegas that have been becoming leaders, that have been pulling women. So I don't know. Our social dynamics as humans make it more complicated. You feel what I'm saying? But I will say this: whatever your natural inclination is, if you're put in a high stress situation, you're going to fall back on that natural inclination. So if you're a beta who has taken the role of an alpha, you probably can display those alpha traits as long as everything is working properly. But the moment shit hits the fan and you're put to the test, you're probably going to fall back on your beta inclinations. You feel me? Thor is an alpha. Thor is an alpha all the way. Thor is an alpha all the way. Loki is a sigma. Nah, Thor is an alpha. Thor is the type of dude that will punch first and ask questions later. That's an alpha. Loki is going to meticulously plan what he's going to do, and then he's going to execute it. That is a sigma. The only reason I would give Loki the sigma designation and not the Zeta designation is because Loki is still charismatic. He's still charismatic. He doesn't strike me as the type of dude that can't pull women, that women aren't attracted to, and things. And then on top of that, if you go look at the show Loki, what he did to hold the universes together, that was some alpha shit. A sigma has the ability to do things that alphas do. A sigma can step up and be a leader if he needs to be. Thanos is a sigma through and through. Thanos is a sigma through and through. In fact, Thanos is the worst kind of sigma. Thanos is the type of sigma that can outthink you, or he could just beat your ass. Like yeah. See, those be the worst kinds. Those be the worst kinds. Like in the Marvel universe, the worst individuals are the sigmas. They're the most dangerous. The most dangerous are the sigmas. Doom is a sigma. Victor Von Doom is a sigma. Tony Stark is a sigma. Doctor Strange is a sigma. You see where I'm going with this? Lobo is an alpha. Lobo is an alpha. Yo, shout out to Burnell for being a sponsor of the show. He said, keep cooking. Appreciate you. Wolverine, sigma. See, one of the traits of a sigma, this is the easiest way to recognize a sigma. A sigma has the qualities of an alpha. He can be a leader, but he's reluctant to be a leader. A sigma likes his solitude. That's one of the things about, because look, what do you notice when Thanos won? When he won, what did he do? He went to a planet by himself. When Tony Stark is building his, doing his work and shit, where is he? He's in a lab by himself. He's in a lab by himself. Sigmas tend to be antisocial. You look at Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange don't really like rocking with a bunch of people. You feel what I'm saying? In fact, I would argue that here's the thing that's going to bug you out. This is what's going to bug you out. The Marvel Illuminati If I'm not mistaken, I think every last one of them are sigmas. That's how dangerous sigmas are. Because who's in the Marvel Illuminati? Professor Xavier, sigma. You feel me? Namor, sigma. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, sigma. Right? Tony Stark, sigma. Black Bolt, sigma. Black Panther, sigma. Because here's what separates the sigma and the alpha. Brain power. Brain power. See, the sigma has the ability to fight, but they have tremendous brain power. Alphas, so alphas are intelligent and they can fight, but alphas lean more on their physicality. They lean more on their ability to fight and dominate. Sigmas can fight and they're intelligent, but sigmas lean more on their intelligence and their cunning. That's the difference. That's the difference. That's the difference. A sigma is not going to be quick to fight. A sigma is going to think shit out before he fights. An alpha is going to fight, and then he's going to think about shit later. That's the difference. Kang the Conqueror is definitely a sigma. I told you the most problematic people in the Marvel universe are going to be the sigmas. They're the most problematic. They're the most problematic. You said in the workforce. You said in the workforce, sigmas and zetas don't really get along. Well, here's the thing. You don't have a lot of sigmas in the workforce, and you don't have a lot of zetas in the workforce. The reason why you don't have a lot of sigmas in the workforce is because sigmas don't like working with other people. Sigmas like their solitude. So sigmas are going to typically pick professions where they either work from home, or if they do work in the workplace, they're kind of by themselves. That's when they do their best work. You have a lot of sigmas that end up becoming entrepreneurs so that they can be their own bosses and make their own hours. When it comes to zetas tend to be able to create their own work environment. Like, for instance, Bill Gates, Zeta. Mark Zuckerberg, Zeta. You see what I'm saying? A Zeta will end up being like, back in the day, a Zeta would be a dude. A Zeta would be like an accountant or some shit like that. But nowadays, because of the tech boom, Zetas end up being the heads of tech firms, the heads of, tech corporations and shit. And part of the reason Zetas are that way is because Zetas, being the fact that they're naturally rejected by the society, they're always seeking the validation of society. So a Zeta will go out of his way to accomplish some shit like starting a company or whatever. And because think about it, Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook because he got rejected by his girlfriend. A Sigma who has the capability of doing the same thing, he's just not going to do it because he doesn't want to be over that many people. He doesn't want to have to deal with all of that. He doesn't need that validation. See, when a Zeta creates a company that big and he's over that many people, he gets validation. This is the whole reason. Look, this is the entire reason why you see them when they do any tech rollout. What do? They got to stand on the stage and have a PowerPoint and show everybody so everybody can clap at what they did. Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Zetas. And Zetas typically are horrible people to other people. You go back and read anything about Steve Jobs. He was horrible. Massively intelligent, but horrible. Same thing with Bill Gates. Same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. Same thing with Destiny. Horrible people. Horrible. Zetas need recognition. Remember the basketball game on the wire? Remember Prop Joe standing there in a damn suit? They had a basketball game. It's hot as hell outside. He's standing there in a suit with a clipboard. You feel me? And look, people can say what they want to say, but you can take these designations and you can use them. You can use the qualities from the designation to ascertain which category a person falls into. And then you can literally predict everything they're going to do just by understanding the qualities of that designation. You can literally predict what they're going to do. Literally. No, Joshua, I don't do call-ins. And you know why I don't do call-ins? Because y'all be boring. That's why. Y'all be boring. Half the time, y'all just want to call in so you can argue with somebody. And I'm not in the mood to argue. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Somebody said Elon too. I've heard things about Elon. Said is Diddy a Zeta? He absolutely is. He absolutely is. He absolutely is. And that's the reason why he couldn't stand Tupac. He couldn't stand Biggie. He couldn't stand Heavy D. That's the reason why. He couldn't stand Heavy D because Heavy D was an alpha. He couldn't stand Biggie because Biggie was an alpha. Amazingly enough, y'all might not believe that, but he was. He couldn't stand Tupac because he couldn't stand Tupac, but he couldn't do nothing with Tupac because Tupac was a Sigma who started displaying alpha traits. Tupac was a Sigma. And that's the reason why Diddy can't do nothing with 50, because 50 is a sigma. So sigmas is always going to be problematic for alphas and zetas. The difference is sigmas can get along better with an alpha than they can with a zeta. And that's the reason why Pac could somewhat get along with Suge, because Suge is an alpha. And Puffy, he could get along with Biggie for a while. Biggie was an alpha, but eventually Puffy got tired of Biggie getting all of the shine and all the attention. That's why for an alpha, it's dangerous for an alpha to be around a sigma. I mean, it's dangerous for an alpha to be around a zeta, because a zeta will get jealous of the attention that an alpha naturally gets. A zeta will get jealous of the attention that an alpha naturally gets. Sigmas don't want attention, so sigmas kind of shun attention. So they don't really have that much of a problem with zetas, because a sigma knows enough to keep their distance from a zeta. And if they don't keep their distance from a zeta, they'll learn the hard way, because even though a sigma doesn't want attention, it's hard for a sigma to not get attention, and they get it naturally. So zetas see a sigma the same way they see an alpha, and they get jealous of it. And I found that out the hard way, because when I first started on YouTube, I was cool with some dudes that pretended to be betas, but they was really zetas. I ain't gonna say no names, but you know, it is what it is. What is Jay-Z? Jay-Z is a sigma, but Jay-Z is a dark sigma. Jay-Z is what a sigma looks like when he becomes a villain. Jay-Z is what a sigma, and that's why if you notice, he knows how to deal with Puffy. I don't know if you noticed, but Jay-Z, he deals with Puffy, but he's, you know what I'm saying? He keeps Puffy at arm's length. If Jay-Z was an alpha, Puffy would have played him the same way he played Biggie, the same way he played Tupac. And personally, I think where Tupac went wrong is I think Tupac didn't embrace being a sigma. I think Tupac started to think he was an alpha. And that's where he made a huge mistake. When he started thinking he was an alpha. DMX was a sigma too. X was a sigma too. I told y'all I could do this shit all day. All day. And when you look at them camps, most of them other dudes in them camps were betas, even if they displayed alpha traits. All you got to do, if you see somebody with die-hard loyalty, meaning they'll be loyal even if it doesn't benefit them, that's a beta. Sports Bodywork says sigmas are most malleable and can bring out the best in alphas. The alpha needs the sigma male. Yeah, the alphas need the sigma male to keep them in line, to keep them on the right path. Like the most dangerous combination, whether it be military or whether it be business, is an alpha with a sigma as his consigliere, a sigma as his advisor. That is the most dangerous. That's the reason why Rockefeller was the way it was. The reason why Rockefeller was so freaking awesome was because Dame, the alpha, had Jay-Z, the sigma. But the moment the sigma decided to no longer be with the alpha, because what happens is if you have an alpha and sigma combination, right? If the alpha starts treating the sigma in a way that he doesn't find favorable, the sigma will start plotting. And the sigma is going to end up doing something that is that's not going to be good for the alpha. He ain't going to destroy him, but he's going to withdraw from him. He's going to give him that slow fade. You feel me? Now if you go back and you look at the that classic video of Dame walking into that meeting screaming at everybody, why y'all meeting with my artist and I don't know about it? He didn't realize Jay-Z planned that meeting. What you were witnessing right there was the sigma deciding he no longer wanted to be with the alpha. That's what ended up happening. And right now, you said they call Sig sneaky because we are sneaky. What you're witnessing now with Dame is you're witnessing an alpha that is being rejected by society. And that is the worst place for an alpha. That is the worst place for an alpha. The worst place for an alpha is when the crowd no longer likes them. See, a sigma thrives in an environment where the crowd doesn't like them. Because for a sigma, not liking us is fuel, because we like to prove people wrong. And this is the reason why 50 thrives with people hating on him. This is the reason why 50 thrives with people hating on him. Because he's a sigma. Same thing with Jay-Z. You can hate on Jay-Z all day. That's not going to stop him. It's not going to stop him. It is not going to stop him. You feel me? Hating on Jay-Z, that's like giving him oxygen. You feel me? And it's the same thing with me. Y'all niggas can come in here and hate on me all day. It's not going to stop me. It's not going to stop me. Let me tell you something. You know what to stop a sigma? Love and acceptance. Love, admiration, and acceptance will stop a sigma dead in his tracks. And you know why? Because sigmas don't trust it. The moment you start showing admiration, love, you throw the sigma off. It's like, what the fuck? What is this? What is this? That's why sigmas are solitary. This is why sigmas stay to themselves, because the most dangerous place for a sigma is for him to be around somebody that shows him love, but they really don't love him. That's the worst place for a sigma to be. That's the worst place for a sigma to be. Because if the sigma starts believing that shit, he's screwed. If the sigma starts believing that shit, he's done. He's cooked. Yeah, Trump is definitely an alpha. Loud, brash, shit talker. He's an alpha. Definitely. Definitely. Loud, brash, keeps a bad chick on his arm. He's an alpha. How many women he done went through? How many women he done went through? You feel me? See the problem. See, and I'm glad you brought that up about Trump. That's what lets you know where the world is right now. And this is the reason why a lot of alphas are This is the reason why a lot of alphas are now displaying beta traits, because they're trying to get accepted by the world. Trump is one of those old school alphas that he gonna be him regardless. And Trump is a prime example of what I mean when I say the society no longer has love for alphas. The society now, because of this woke crap, they've been trying, because the society is against masculinity, because alpha is the purest form of male masculinity, right? Even if you think it's toxic. You understand? So because the society is so anti-male right now, it doesn't want to accept alphas in their true form. You feel me? Like an alpha goes to a club or a bar, right? And he's trying to talk to this girl, and the girl has a boyfriend. The boyfriend walks up and says something to the alpha. Hey man, that's my girl. The alpha punches the boyfriend in the face, knocks him out. He's supposed to leave with the girl. That's the natural order of things. But our society doesn't want to accept that. It's just like the movie Sin City, when they was talking about the dude Marv. They said Marv was born in the wrong era, because had he been born in the dark ages or born during the gladiator era, they would have threw women at him because of his brutality. You feel me? See, the modern world does not want to accept the alpha in his truest form, because in his truest form, he's kicking ass and taking names. You feel me? But society has told him, that's not good. You can't do that. Use your words. And that's not comfortable for the alpha. The alpha is more of a doer, not a talker. You feel what I'm saying? So now the alpha has to try to fit into this sort of pseudo role of beta. And the reason why that's problematic for the world is because if alphas are behaving like betas, who the hell do the betas follow? They have nobody to follow. And that's why you see men right now just out of order, because they are not following the example of alphas that function like alphas. You feel me? Now, the sigmas, we've sat back and watched it. And we're like, what the hell is wrong with y'all alphas? You know what you're supposed to be doing. So we get up here and we talk shit to the alphas and the betas. The problem is the alphas haven't been alpha for so long that the betas think they're alpha. You now have betas that think they're alphas. It's the weirdest shit in the world. The only people that know who they are right now are when it comes to the top tier of the hierarchy, the only people that know who they are right now are the sigmas and the zetas. The sigmas and the zetas. The zetas are thriving in this society because this is a society that rejects alphas. This is a society that is more woke. So the zeta is thriving in this environment. The only person that's a problem to the zeta right now is the sigma. And so when you see these ideological wars going on the internet, it's usually between the sigmas and the zetas. It's not the betas don't know what they're doing. The betas are on the internet using internet fame to pretend like they're alphas. And the alphas are on the internet pretending to be betas so they can get social acceptance. Shout out to Cato King, said, would a sigma be president? He can be. A sigma can be. We might find out soon. We might find out soon. You know why? JD Vance is a sigma. JD Vance is a sigma. When JD Vance came out and made that statement about Charlie Kirk, and said that we were not going to accept people celebrating his death. We were not going to accept Antifa and the left doing the shit that they're doing. When have you ever heard a vice president or a president talk like that? You've never heard that. You've never heard that. Ever. Or at least you haven't heard it in your lifetime. You haven't heard it in your lifetime. So you might get to see what it looks like for a Sigma to be president. Most of the presidents are usually alphas. Most of the presidents are usually alphas. You go back and look at the presidents. Most of them are alphas, with a couple Zetas thrown in there. You feel what I'm saying? The only one that I think is a Sigma, but a dark Sigma, which is why he was so problematic, was Barack Obama. Barack Obama is what I would call a dark Sigma. He's a dude that can display the traits of an alpha, but he's much more sinister. And he had everybody fooled. And that's the reason why I said he got to be a Sigma. He got to be a Sigma. George Bush Jr., alpha. Bill Clinton, alpha. George Bush Sr., Zeta. Joe Biden, beta. Ronald Reagan, alpha. Jimmy Carter, beta. John F. Kennedy, alpha. Abraham Lincoln, Sigma. Sigma. Abraham Lincoln was a Sigma. Nixon, definitely Zeta. Definitely Zeta. You said you think Clinton would be a beta? Hell no. Bubba? Hell no. Bubba was an alpha. Bubba was an alpha. Bubba partied and fucked bad bitches. Bubba was an alpha. But see, this is where it's fooling you. I'm going to tell you where it's fooling you. I'm going to tell you where it's fooling you, right? A alpha will be a beta to a dominant woman. I'm going to say that again. A alpha will be a beta to a dominant woman. If an alpha gets with a feminist, she's gonna browbeat him into submission. An alpha that gets with the wrong woman will end up being a beta to her. He may still be alphas to men. He may still be an alpha to the men, but to her, and then subsequently all other women, he's going to end up being a beta. Says Sigma scare off feminists. Well, actually, Sigmas can break feminists. A sigma can make a woman stop being a feminist if he chooses to do it. Because a woman can't defeat a sigma in an argument. A woman can't defeat a sigma in an argument, and a woman does not have the willpower to break a sigma. Women don't have the willpower to break a sigma. Most women don't even know how to deal with sigmas. They don't know how to handle sigmas. And it's because they don't know how to handle them or deal with them that they end up falling in love with them. Because one thing a woman loves is a man she can't break. Women love sigmas. Women love sigmas. Women love sigmas just as much as they love alphas. Which one would be a feminist kryptonite? Sigma. Sigma. Because sigmas have a mystique to them. They have a mysterious nature to them. And women love mysteries. And then they can't break them. And then on top of that, sigmas are deep, deep thinkers. Shout out to King Cato, said how women fit into all of this. It's hard to say because nowadays you have women acting like men. So we've never really had the ability to categorize women properly. But I wouldn't adopt the male hierarchy to them because they have other like nuances in their behavior. You feel what I'm saying? And it really doesn't matter because the way it's supposed to work naturally, all men are supposed to be alphas to women. And that's why it's hard to categorize it, because like you have people saying alpha female. That's not supposed to exist. That's artificial. For women, every man they encounter is supposed to be an alpha if they're dealing with them as far as a relationship, because the man is supposed to be dominant. You know what I'm saying? Yo, if y'all want to keep it going, man, hit the Cash App and support the show. Let's see. Shout out to TJ. TJ said Captain Kirk Alpha, Spock Sigma. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Paul. He said, how would you rate the Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards? He's a Sigma. Reed Richards is a Sigma. Shout out to Sports Bodywork, says Sigmas are the Edmond Dantes of this era. Gasfit said Batman and Joker, both Sigmas on different sides, same person, different choice. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I said that's the reason why the Joker is trying his best to break Batman, because he can't figure out why Batman chose to be disciplined and live by a code after he had a bad experience Whereas the Joker, after he had a bad experience, decided to be an anarchist and basically terrorize the world. That confuses him. But he doesn't understand that they're both opposite sides of the same coin. What makes the Joker so dangerous is the fact that he's so unpredictable. What makes Batman so dangerous is the fact that he's so disciplined. So that's the fundamental difference. Said the opposite in the case of Picard and Riker. Yeah, yeah, Riker's an alpha. Riker's an alpha. Um, and Kirk and Picard is a sigma. Now, Commander Benjamin Sisko from Deep Space Nine, he's a sigma. He's a sigma. He's a sigma. Oh, if you grew up as a sigma, you got called weird all the time. If you grew up as a sigma, you got called weird all the time. That was a natural occurrence. Shout out to Sports Body Works. Here's the character. Let me break down Sigma for those of y'all that don't know what a Sigma is. A Sigma is a popular non-academic archetype for a man who is independent, self-reliant, and solidar and solitary individual operating outside of traditional social hierarchies. Described as a lone wolf, a Sigma male values freedom and authentic self-expression over social acceptance, is confident but private, and thrives in solitude while remaining capable of leadership when necessary. The concept of the Sigma male originated in internet culture, particularly among online communities focused on masculinity, and while sometimes used humorously, can also represent a form of toxic masculinity. See, I told you. Um, Independent and self-sufficiency. Sigmas are highly independent, relying on themselves for success and happiness, and are comfortable being alone without being lonely. Freedom and choice. They deeply value personal freedom, controlling their own time and choices, and will prioritize leaving a situation over feeling trapped in it. Nonconformity. Unlike alphas who lead hierarchies, Sigma males prefer to operate outside of them. They don't follow trends, seek attention, or conform to social expectations. Privacy and mystery. A Sigma's quiet nature and preference for solitude contribute to an enigmatic aura, making them seem mysterious or elusive to others. Self-reliance. They take responsibility for their own lives and actions, mastering the art of self-sufficiency. Internal validation. A Sigma male finds contentment from within, is not swayed by others' opinions, and doesn't need constant social interaction or external validation. Indiana Jones is definitely a Sigma. That's why niggas come to my channel and they, whenever I go on panels and stuff, niggas crack jokes on me, right? Like somebody say something about, Angryman, you got money now. Why don't you go get your teeth fixed? For what? For your validation? I done lived my whole life with these teeth and I was still able to get women. And I was still able to live a normal social life. The only reason I would go get some porcelain teeth is for the validation of everybody else. Why would I need that when I already am comfortable with who I am? Most niggas can't understand that. Alphas definitely can't understand that because they seek the approval of society. I don't seek the approval of society. Shout out to Edgy Vision said, great topic. What about DBZ? You think Goku is a Sigma or Alpha? Goku is an Alpha. Vegeta is a Sigma. Goku's an Alpha. Vegeta's a Sigma. Nappa is a Beta. Raditz is a Beta. Krillin is a Beta. Tien is an Alpha. Chaozu is a Beta. Yajirobe is a Sigma. Piccolo is a Sigma. Gohan is a Sigma. Yamcha is a Beta. Frieza is an Alpha. Cell is a Sigma. I think that's all the Z fighters. I think that's all the Z fighters. Jiren is an Alpha. Shout out to Kamari. Said, what's up, AM? This is a very interesting topic. I like how you break down the social hierarchy. As a guy, how would I figure out where I fall in? All you gotta do is go look up the definitions and read them. And whichever one feels familiar, that's you. That's all you gotta do. Broly is an Alpha. Broly's an Alpha. Master Roshi is a Sigma. Ken Alpha, absolutely. Ryu Sigma, absolutely. Bruce Lee is an Alpha. Piccolo is a Sigma. Kid Buu is a demon. He don't have a hierarchy. Kid Buu don't have a hierarchy because Kid Buu don't have a personality. Kid Buu doesn't have a personality, so he can't have a hierarchy. He can't have a category. Kid Buu is chaos personified. So he doesn't have a Gohan is a Sigma. I don't know. When I really think about it, Gohan might actually be a Beta. Gohan might actually be a Beta. Gohan might actually be a Beta. Yamcha ain't no sigma. Yamcha's a beta. Yamcha is a beta who desperately wants to be an alpha. I don't know that much about the Island Boys. Hercule, amongst the world of regular humans, he's an alpha. Hercule's an alpha. Said Nino Brown. Nino Brown was an alpha. G Money was a beta. And Ice-T's character was a sigma. I tell you, when the alphas get out of hand, the only people that can deal with the alphas are the sigmas. When the alphas get out of hand, the only people that can deal with an alpha is a sigma. Ice-T's character in that movie was a sigma. In that movie, his character in the movie was a sigma. Drake is a sigma pretending to be an alpha. Baki Hanuma. I didn't watch enough Baki to break him down. Drake is a sigma pretending to be an alpha. See, a sigma can be mistaken for a beta when they're young until they get comfortable being themselves. Once a sigma is comfortable being himself, you'll recognize he's a sigma. But when we're kids, a lot of our traits will seem like alpha, will seem like beta traits. Because when you're kids, the most dominant kid is always going to be the alpha. And in a lot of cases, the alpha is usually bigger and stronger, which means he can usually defeat you in a fight. So that usually makes it seem like you're a beta. But this is how you know you weren't a beta when you were a kid. If you always got into it with the alphas. In other words, if you weren't one of the kids that ran behind the alpha and did whatever the alpha said do, you were probably a sigma. If you were always getting into it with, see, and this is why a lot of people think that kids that get bullied, they usually think those are betas. Those aren't always betas. Sometimes those are sigmas. You'll find out later when they get older. If you were a kid that was bullied by alpha when you were a kid, but when you got older, you became successful and came into your own and was able to get women and live a good life, you're more than likely a sigma. See, the alphas, they reckon it's like this natural internal thing that we have. An alpha will recognize betas. They won't bully or fight betas because a beta will follow them. A beta, you ever see a dude that got a bunch of flunkies around him? Those are betas. You feel me? If a dude get ready to get to fighting and there's one guy next to him, he's like, yeah, man, you ain't gonna be able to beat my homeboy. My homeboy do this, and my homeboy, that's a beta. Whenever you see a dude cheerleading for another guy, he's a beta. That's a beta. A sigma is when the beta is talking shit and the sigma's like, man, this nigga don't know what he talking about. Like, that's a sigma. That's a sigma. Yayo is a beta that thinks 50 is an alpha. Because a sigma can have flunkies. Because a beta will see the sigma's traits and feel like he's an alpha. Shout out to Sports Bodywork. He said a student worked for C students, Robert Kiyosaki. Yeah. Tell you something else too. If you went to school and got straight A's, you're either a Zeta or a beta. If you went to school and you didn't get good grades, not because you weren't smart, but because you didn't like school, you're a sigma. Like if you went to school and you just didn't really like the school thing and you didn't see the point of doing certain projects and work and shit like that, you're a sigma. You're a sigma. The alpha is the guy that goes to school, doesn't really get good grades, but he loves school because he loves the social interaction. The alpha usually ends up being the popular kid, the guy that got all of the girls in high school, the guy that was a star athlete, but a lot of times will grow up and then high school ends up being the highlight of their life. Like for instance, Married with Children. Al Bundy is an alpha. Bud Bundy is Bud Bundy's a sigma. Bud Bundy's a sigma. Al Bundy's an alpha. Jefferson is an alpha. Steve Rhodes is a beta. But you saw how Marcy was dominating Jefferson. Marcy dominated Steve because Steve was a beta. Marcy dominated Jefferson because Marcy was dominant and she was a feminist. So even though Jefferson was an alpha, he seemed like a beta to her. Shout out to Initial Z. See, Peggy didn't dominate Al because Peggy wasn't a feminist. Peggy wasn't a feminist. Says size has nothing to do with being alpha. I know plenty of short alphas. A short guy can be an alpha, but that doesn't mean alphas aren't typically bigger. That doesn't mean alphas aren't typically bigger. Alphas are typically bigger. In fact, if you're a sigma, social interaction exhausts you. You go somewhere and you have to be social. By the time you're finished, you're at an event and you're being social, and after a while you're ready to go. And when you leave, you just want to be by yourself for a while. That's a sigma. That's a sigma. If you're an alpha, you go to the social interaction, you're standing in the middle of the floor and everybody is surrounding you and you're talking, you're holding court and shit. The alpha, the sigma is the guy that's over chilling alone, probably talking to maybe one or two people. The beta is the one that's standing there listening to everything the alpha's saying, eating the shit up. You feel me? The Zeta doesn't even want to be at the social event if there's alphas there. because the Zeta doesn't want the alpha to steal his shine. The Zeta's looking for validation. So what Zetas will do when they interact with alphas is Zetas will try to use their intelligence to make the alpha look stupid. You see a lot of that on the internet nowadays, because nowadays they've tried to make it seem like the manliest thing is when you can be calm, collective, and stoic. So you have a lot of Zetas that are pretending to be alphas, and the way you can spot them is the moment a real alpha comes into the room, they'll try to make the alpha look stupid. Shout out to Martin, said, love to talk, AM. Would you say the most comedians are Sigmas like Bill Burr? Absolutely. Most comedians are definitely Sigmas. Most comedians are definitely Sigmas. But you see a lot of these shows. Let me tell you something. If you see a show where there are guys that bring women onto the show, hot women, in order to make them look like airheads, even though we already know they're airheads, those are Zetas. Those are Zetas. In fact, if you have a show like that, where there's a bunch of hot women and an alpha comes onto that show, the moment Zetas start making the women feel like they're stupid, the alphas won't like it and they'll leave. Because Zetas typically try to get revenge. They want to get revenge on alphas because the alpha dominated when they were younger. They want to get revenge on hot women because hot women were only attracted to the alphas. Sigmas don't care about what the alphas do because Sigmas can enjoy the same benefits as an alpha. Sigma can get the same type of women alphas get. They usually choose not to because they don't want to deal with the headache of a woman that a woman that's super hot tends to have certain attitudes and certain ways about her. So a lot of times Sigmas don't want to deal with that. Shout out to Muhammad, said, could you define Zeta again, just getting here? Y'all killing me with that, bro. I'm gonna read the definition one more time. A Zeta male is a rare male personality type who rejects social expectations and stereotypes of masculinity. They are confident, independent, and march to the beat of their own drum. Zeta males are the newest addition to the male social hierarchy, often considered to be at the top alongside alphas and just below sigmas. Characteristics: nonconformist. They reject traditional beliefs and gender norms. Progressive. They advocate for flexible hours, workplace reforms, and progressive policies. Creative. They excel in careers like acting, writing, music, and art. Independent. They are driven by their own passions and interests. Self-aware. They work to better themselves and the people around them. Unique. They carve out their own identity amidst traditional roles of dominance or submission. And again, going back to what I'm saying, there's a lot of dudes that are Zetas, but you'll say, well, they're not progressive because they're pretending to be alphas. And nowadays, there are a lot of things that give them the ability to try to display alpha traits. See, if a Zeta comes onto the internet, he can get a following if he gets a large platform. Now, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be other Zetas that's following him. But with that fame and money and people praising them, it gives them a false sense of being an alpha. But what gives them away is that alphas don't give a shit how women act. Alphas could care less how women act. So whenever you see these dudes, it's like, why are you dudes always complaining about women? Y'all some bitches. Yo, but don't women do? I don't care what women do because I'm a man. I'm going to do what I do. That's an alpha. That's an alpha. They do not give a shit what women do. They don't care. They don't care. A Zeta cares what women do simply because they've had bad experiences with women. And now they have the intellectual ability to put women in their place. Sigmas care what women do, but only to the degree that them being illogical annoys Sigmas. So a Sigma cares because of the lack of logic, but he doesn't really care. It's just something to talk about. You said, how does Sigmas care about? They don't really care about women. They don't really care about women. What a Sigma cares about women's effect on the society that they live in. That's what a Sigma cares about. He cares about the ramifications of the behavior of the women in the society that we live in. So the problems that a Sigma has with women, it's not personal. The problem Zetas have with women is personal. That's the difference. That's the difference. See, you're never going to see a show. Like, I could sit up here and talk about what women do wrong all day long, but I have absolutely no desire to bring them on the show and get them in gotcha moments. I don't have no desire for that shit. I'm quicker to tell a woman to shut up than to explain to her why she's being goofy. A Zeta is going to have the whole conversation because he wants to prove to the woman and the world that she's full of shit, because that gives them some sort of closure to understand why the women treated them the way they treated them back in the day. So it's like, oh, I got to show everybody that you're goofy so that everybody knows you didn't reject me because of me. You rejected me because you were goofy. And why do Zetas do that? They do that because they want the external validation of everybody. They want everybody to say, oh, I get it now. After you've had this interaction with this super hot chick, we realize she's goofy. She didn't reject you because you're not a good dude. She rejected you because she's goofy. A Zeta needs that validation because a Zeta struggled with that their entire life, wondering, because Zetas initially rejected the natural order of things. So a Zeta didn't want to do the things that a guy would do to get women. A Zeta looks at it like a woman should just accept me for what I am. But that's not the world we live in, right? Alphas, they do the things that the world accepts. Alphas play the sports, they go to the dances, they're social, they do all of these things. But alphas are self-absorbed and have extremely big egos. So the women are naturally attracted to them because of their physical prowess, because of their social interaction, and because alphas love themselves, and women are trying to figure out how to get the alpha to love her as much as he loves himself. That's why the women are so attracted to alphas. The reason the women are attracted to sigmas is because sigmas are loners and they don't really care to be part of anything. So sigmas come off as mysterious, but sigmas also are very intelligent and very deep. So women are intrigued by them because they're mysterious. And then once they have a conversation with a sigma and realize this dude is quiet, but damn, look at how deep he is, they get hooked and they're attracted to him. Zetas didn't want to be at the dances. They didn't want to play sports. They didn't want to be social. They didn't want to do any of those things. But they still talk. They still talk a lot. So they don't have mysteriousness going for them. And even though they're intelligent, they talk about things that women aren't interested in. See, when a woman deals with a sigma, the sigma is intelligent and he may be into stuff that the woman is not into, but the only reason he's talking about that is because she's asking him questions. So she's only going to ask him about things she's interested in. And then when he starts talking about those things that in depth, he's like, oh my God. She's like, oh my God, he's really intelligent. Because if women like intelligence, but they only like intelligence insofar as it's something they're interested in. That's why nerds don't typically get women, because women are not attracted to just intelligence. You feel what I'm saying? And see, that's why now on the internet, see, when I first came to the internet, right? Shout out to AR Smitty, said, I'm a Sigma that had to distance myself from an alpha. Bro didn't realize how much he had me effed up till it was too late for him. Oh, absolutely. I've been in that circumstance too. What was I getting ready to say? Shout out to Muhammad. He said, right, like Sigma men who get upset over how the boys who are not even our blood are being raised by irrational women. Exactly. And the only reason Sigmas get upset about that is because we understand the negative effect it's going to have on the world. Because Sigmas think ahead. Sigmas think ahead. Sigmas have a way of looking at the world. You know, like if the women acting the way they're acting right now, if it didn't affect the world, Sigmas wouldn't care. He said a Sigma can definitely catch a alpha. Bro, you know how many alphas tried to come at me like I was a beta? Because, like I said, a Sigma ain't gonna fight right away. You could stand there and talk shit to a Sigma. You be like, man, you ain't gonna do nothing. Da, da, da. Sigma just look at you like, okay. But I tell you what you won't do to a Sigma, hit him. That's all you gotta do. You can run your mouth all day. Look, you run your mouth to a Sigma, you run your mouth to an alpha, he might fight you just off of you running your mouth. Sigma ain't gonna fight you just off of you running your mouth. But if you hit him, oh, now he gonna try to do everything in his power to destroy you. And he ain't never gonna forget it. He ain't never gonna forget that you had the nerve to put your hands on him. He ain't never gonna forget it. See, you go back and you look at The Godfather, right? Vito Corleone was a Sigma. Sonny was an alpha. Michael was like Vito. He was a Sigma. That'll tell you everything you need to know right there. Tom Hagen was a beta. Fredo was a beta. There was something else I was going to say and I forgot. There was something else I was going to say and I completely forgot. Shout out to King Cato. He says, so by that definition, sigma is over alpha. Yes and no. Yes and no. By the world standards, alpha is always going to be on top. Is a sigma more equipped than an alpha? Absolutely. So think about it like this. A sigma is a guy that becomes king because everybody wants him to be king. Everybody wants him to be king. Everybody loves him. Everybody thinks highly of him. Right? A sigma is a person that doesn't want to be king, even though he's capable of it. And some would argue that the man that doesn't want to be king is probably going to be a better king than the man that thinks he deserves to be king. So yeah, a sigma is fully capable of being a good king, but it's only because he doesn't want to be. He understands the weight of it. Alpha will be king because he thinks he deserves to be king. His arrogance makes him overlook the weight of it, which can cause him to become a tyrant. Martin said, Alpha, do you know who I am? I'm Mo Green. I made my bones while you were dating Shirley. Yep. 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 And that's why Michael was able to defeat a lot of them, because they were alphas and they overlooked him because he was quiet. Because he was quiet. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't do any of that shit. See, when I was growing up, I was quiet. I didn't talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? The brashness that y'all see from me is what I became because I grew up in a family full of alphas. I grew up in a family full of alphas. And the worst thing for a sigma is to grow up in a family full of alphas. Because a family full of alphas will beat your self-esteem into the ground. And they'll have you thinking, shit, alphas will have you thinking you're a fucking omega. And if you're around a bunch of alphas, they're always right. You can never tell them they're wrong. It wasn't until the thing that saved me is when I was young, when I was about 10 or 11 years old, I moved away from my family. So I was away from all the alphas. And it was then that I was able to be more of myself. And that's when my Sigma traits started really coming out. So by the time I went back, none of the shit they did worked. So when I went back and was around them and they tried to pull the alpha bullshit that they always do, I challenged all of them. So I would always end up getting into a lot of fights and shit, you know. But my thought process is, I don't care if you can physically beat me. If you can physically beat me in a fight over a disagreement, because usually that's what it is with an alpha. When an alpha can't beat you in an exchange of words, they'll resort to their fists. And in their mind, because they physically beat you, that means they won the entire exchange, right? But the way I've always thought about it, and this is what stopped the alphas in my family from getting into fights with me. My thing was, you may beat me today because we had a disagreement, but I'm still going to think the same way tomorrow. So you're wasting your time. So if we get into an argument today and I say the sky is blue and you say it's red, and because I don't want to agree with you, you want to jump on me and beat me up. Okay, you beat me up today, but tomorrow, guess what? I'm still going to say the sky is blue. So this is a pointless exercise. You jumping on me and fighting me is not going to change my mind. And the thing they don't realize, that alphas don't realize, is if you jump on a Sigma and you're constantly fighting a Sigma, eventually he gets adept to it. So after a while, he starts being able to beat you up. And luckily for the alphas, we don't start fights, we just finish them. So once we've gotten to the point where you know I can beat you, now you'll leave me the fuck alone. Because you ain't got to worry about me trying to beat you up because we had a disagreement. You ain't got to worry about me swinging on you because you don't agree with my point of view. Because that's not the way that's not the way a Sigma moves. That's not the way a Sigma moves. You feel me? See, and that's the difference between an alpha and a Sigma too. A physical defeat is crushing for an alpha. A physical defeat is not crushing for a Sigma. A physical defeat, Sigmas think in terms of war. Alphas think in terms of battles, right? Think about it like Game of Thrones, right? Tywin Lannister, he said that Robert Baratheon didn't know the difference between ruling and winning because Robert Baratheon was a alpha. And alphas don't know the difference between winning and ruling. They think just because they won a battle, that means they won the war. No. A Sigma understands the difference between ruling and winning. And that's the reason why most Sigmas don't want to rule, because they understand how complex ruling is. They understand how difficult ruling is. They understand the demands of being a ruler. So for a Sigma, Sigmas don't think about the battle. They think about the war. So they can lose a battle. Doesn't matter. This is the reason why everybody running around talking about Jay-Z lost to Nas when it came to Ether. So what? So what? So what? Jay-Z won the war. And Nas was ill-equipped to defeat Jay-Z in a war because Jay-Z is a sigma and Nas is a beta. Nas isn't even an alpha. Now Nas's brother Jabari Jungle, he's an alpha, but Nas is a beta. Nas is a beta. Now, some people would say, well, wouldn't you consider Nas is a bit of a loner? Wouldn't you consider Nas a sigma? No. I'll tell you why I wouldn't consider Nas a sigma. Because after that shit was over, Jay-Z was able to convince Nas to come out on the stage with him. A alpha wouldn't have did that. A sigma wouldn't have did that. Sigma wouldn't have did that, and the alpha wouldn't have did that. Because usually, if you have a battle with a sigma, and if the battle is bad enough, usually a sigma is going to write you off. Usually a sigma don't want to have nothing to do with you. Sigma don't want to hear no peace talk, none of that shit. He don't want to have nothing to do with you. Said, I didn't know Nas' brother is Jungle. Yeah, that's Nas' younger brother. Jabari, that's his younger brother. Shout out to Kills. He said, AM with that take on The Godfather, people about to rewatch all the movies. You're a genius. Appreciate you, bro. Martin said, thank you. This is fascinating. I can better understand all the people I've encountered throughout my life when I look through these archetypes. Yeah. 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 You be surprised when you look at those archetypes, you'd be surprised how much sense it makes when you look back at life and look back at the people you interacted with. Like for me, I used to get into a lot of fights. I now know that the reason why I got into those fights is because alphas didn't like the fact that I wasn't willing to follow them. Or worse, you could be hanging out with an alpha just because the two of you are cool, because alphas and sigmas can be friends. And the alpha will start mistaking you for a beta. And the moment they start mistaking you for a beta, they start treating you like a beta. And that shit will piss a sigma off. And I think that's what happened with Dame and Jay-Z. I think they were cool for so long that Dame started thinking that Jay was his beta. And it pissed Jay off. And Jay said, okay, you know what? Now you look at 50, right? 50, who's a sigma, had a bunch of betas around him. And 50 made the mistake of trying to elevate them. And that's the reason why he was frustrated with them, because he wanted them to do their own thing. But you can't expect a beta to do his own thing. They're going to keep looking to 50 for leadership because they mistakenly viewed 50 as an alpha. Yayo, Banks, and Buck, they all viewed 50 as an alpha, right? The reason why Game and 50 butt heads is because Game is an alpha. But he's the type of alpha that ain't gonna get along with a Sigma. So shit, to be truthfully honest, Game is the type of alpha that's not gonna get along with other alphas or Sigma. Game gotta have betas around him. And the fact that people aren't willing to be his betas is what pisses him off. See, Game felt like he was supposed to be the heir to the throne when it comes to West Coast rap. And so that's the reason why he's bitter and angry and upset, because he's an alpha, but nobody treats him like an alpha. You know, he didn't get the same respect as an alpha that others had before him. They're not respecting him like they respect Suge. They're not respecting him like they respect Dre. You know what I'm saying? Hell, they don't even give him the respect they give Kendrick. You feel me? Now, Nipsey was an alpha that people respected. See, if Game was able to get the type of love Nipsey got, he'd be the happiest dude in the world. He'd be the happiest dude in the world. Nah, Nipsey wasn't a Sigma. You just think he was because he was really intelligent. Nipsey wasn't a Sigma. Nipsey was an alpha. Nipsey was pure alpha. Nipsey was pure alpha. When Nipsey slapped that dude outside that award show, that was some alpha shit. Because that dude hadn't touched Nipsey. That dude was arguing with Nipsey's bodyguard, and Nipsey jumped over there and slapped the taste out of his mouth. That's some alpha shit. Sigmas don't do that. A Sigma would have told the dude to calm down. When the dude was talking crazy to his bodyguard, the Sigma would have been like, yo, chill, bro. What you doing? Calm down. Now, if he messed around and hit him, and then the Nipsey slapped him, that's some Sigma shit. But for him to just slap him off rip, nah, that's alpha shit. That's alpha shit. That's alpha shit right there. Y'all just think that Nipsey was a Sigma because he was extremely intelligent. And like I told y'all before, alphas can be intelligent. Alphas can be extremely intelligent. Alphas can be extremely intelligent. And look, I hate to say this. Rest in peace, Nipsey. But I hate to say this. How did he end up losing his life? How did Nipsey end up losing his life? Sam, exactly. Thank you, Gasfit. Black Sam was the Sigma. Black Sam is the Sigma. Black Sam is the Sigma. Look, I need you to understand this. A Sigma wouldn't end up in that situation that Nipsey ended up in. A Sigma would not have ended up in that situation that Nipsey ended up in. That cost him his life. Sigmas don't move like that. Alphas move like that. That's the reason why Tupac ended up the way he ended up, because he was acting like an alpha. How many of you saw that video of Tupac walking through the casino looking for somebody to fight and was like, bruh, tell me it didn't look out of character. I'm going to tell you why it looked out of character, because Tupac was a Sigma. He wasn't an alpha. But hanging around Suge and the rest of them death row niggas had him thinking he was an alpha. And so he went and did some alpha shit. Bruh, alphas end up losing their life behind fights all the time, bruh. That's the alpha way. Because an alpha cannot tolerate disrespect in the moment. They can't tolerate it. They gotta do something in the moment. A Sigma does not have to do something in the moment. You talk shit to a Sigma, he'll take that L in that moment. Okay, cool. You got it, bro. You got it. Okay. Cool. You got it. Benny Blanco from the Bronx was a Sigma. I'm going to say it again. Benny Blanco from the Bronx was a Sigma. Tony Montana was an Alpha. Sosa was a Sigma. Check this out. Every Sigma I just named is still here, right? Name a Sigma that I name one dude that I said was a Sigma that died from violence. Name any dude that I said was a Sigma that died from violence. You said Lincoln? You got one. Tupac? Yeah, he was acting like an alpha. But think about it like this. Lincoln was a president, which is some alpha shit. Tupac was behaving like an alpha. See, an alpha's pride will cause him to lose his life. That is the biggest that is the biggest flaw. Look, when somebody disrespects an alpha, he's going to react in that moment. And one of two things is going to happen. He's either going to win and he's going to get the praise of everybody, or he's going to lose. And everybody's still going to praise him because of how fierce he was in life. That's the life of an alpha. That's the life of an alpha. That's not the life of a Sigma. A Sigma is not going to react in the moment. He doesn't have to react in the moment. A Sigma is more calculated. A Sigma is way more calculated. Achilles is definitely an alpha. Because an alpha cannot tolerate disrespect. It's not in their nature to tolerate any form of disrespect. And Tupac wanted to be an alpha so bad he could taste it. And it was Tupac wanting to be an alpha that was his undoing. Tupac, what niggas say? Yo, you out of your body? Tupac was out of his body that night. Tupac was out of his body that night. He was completely out of his body that night. Alphas always end up in dangerous situations. Sometimes they win and sometimes they lose. Think about it. What was the reason Nipsey got into it with old boy? Nipsey told him he was a snitch and he didn't want him around his store. And dude left and came back. And guess what? I guarantee you Nipsey was not even thinking about that dude coming back. Why? Because Nipsey's an alpha. Nigga, I told you to get the fuck on. Once you leave, in his mind, you left because I told you to. He not thinking you got the audacity to come back. Look at Kane from Menace to Society and O-Dog. Both of them niggas was alphas. They beat the shit out of that dude. It didn't even expect him to come back. Let me tell you something. An alpha will beat a dude up or talk shit to a dude and never expect the dude to come back. A sigma will beat up a dude and will always be looking for that dude to try to get his get back. There's people that I fought back in the day and beat up. Them niggas can't be around me. I would never go anywhere where they're at to give them the opportunity to get their get back. Shout out to True said, Apollo Creed, would you consider him an alpha? Yep. Yep. And see, here's the thing about a sigma, especially when you're talking about dark sigmas. When they get into it with you, they not going to fight you. They going to take you up out of here. I'm going to say that again. When a sigma thinks that you're really a problem, Rocky was an alpha. Apollo Creed was an alpha. Most boxers tend to be alphas. Most boxers tend to be alphas. Once you think about every boxer you've ever known, most boxers are alphas. Floyd is definitely an alpha. What you mean? Floyd is an alpha. Floyd is an alpha. Okay, this is what you gotta understand about boxers. Boxers are willing to get in the ring and fight somebody with the possibility of them getting punched in the face numerous times. That is a alpha. That is an alpha. That's an alpha. It's rare that you're gonna have a sigma be a boxer. That's rare. They may learn to box. They may even go to the boxing gym and be boxers for a short while, but you will rarely ever see a sigma become a heavyweight champion. Because most sigmas are not going to pick the career of being a boxer. Because when you put your hands on a sigma, He wants to look. Boxers will get in the ring, punch each other in the face for an extended period of time, and then once the match is over, lift each other's hands up, shake each other's hands. Yeah, so-and-so had a good fight. I got a lot of respect for him, blah, blah, blah. Sigmas don't operate like that. When you hit a Sigma, he wants to end you. And I guarantee you when that fight is over, he's not going to be happy. Especially, look, if he wins, he's going to always be looking at you like, okay, I got to keep my eye on you. If he loses, he's going to be like, yo, that's all right. I'm going to get my get back. Sigmas are different, bro. Sigmas are different. Sigmas are different. Like I said, an alpha will put themselves, like I was talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? Captain America is an alpha. Why the hell is Captain America in the modern time? Because he flew that damn plane into a damn and got stuck in a damn iceberg. Like, alphas do shit. They don't always think shit through. Alpha will do some mindless, heroic shit. Okay? Alpha will sacrifice themselves for the greater good and shit. Sigma ain't doing that. A Sigma is not doing that. Like, no. You said you're right because Floyd needs everybody around him. Yes. He needs everybody around him and he needs everybody to kiss his ass. And that's why him and 50 was friends for a short while, and then they stopped being friends because 50's a Sigma. He's not going to kiss Floyd's ass. He's not going to kiss his ass. I told you, Alpha, look, Alpha will kick your ass. Alpha will be right here on the corner of this street, standing in front of the corner store. You get into it with an Alpha, he will kick your ass, watch you run away, and stay right there on that same corner. Because in his mind, he won the battle. What did I just tell y'all? Alphas don't think in terms of war. They think in terms of battles. Remember on Paid in Full when Rico punched the dude in the face and ran him off the block and stayed on the block? A Sigma ain't gonna do that. If a Sigma do something to you on the block, he gonna leave the block for that day. Because the block is hot now. You might decide to come back and spray that motherfucker. Because a Sigma thinks ahead. Even if a Sigma has to be violent, he thinks about the repercussions of his violence. He thinks about the actions he's doing and what could happen after he does it. Alphas don't. They just do the shit and then it just is what it is. Now, if you think I'm lying, look at O-Dog on Menace to Society. Wasn't he letting everybody see the damn robbery tape? He didn't give a shit. He didn't care. He didn't care. He didn't care. Now, Cain, some people will say, well, Cain was a Sigma because Cain kept telling him to stop showing the tape. No, Cain is not a Sigma. Cain is an Alpha. And that's why Cain thought that telling O-Dog, another Alpha, to stop playing the tape would make him stop playing the tape. If Cain was a Sigma, he would have waited till everybody left out of that room. He would have took that tape out and he would have opened that tape and pulled the fucking shit out of it, pulled all of the damn or recorded over the part where shot the person and put the tape back in there. You would have never known what happened to the fucking tape. You said what was Quincy? You mean from Juice? You mean from Juice? You talking about Quincy from Juice? Who was Quincy on Menace to Society? Who was Quincy on Menace to Society? Q was a beta in Juice. No, Q was a Sigma. Q was a Sigma. In Juice, Raheem was the Alpha. Q was a Sigma. Bishop was a dark Sigma. And Steel was a beta. Raheem was the Alpha. Q was a Sigma. Bishop was a dark Sigma. And Steel was a beta. And dark Sigma is my term. I don't think anybody came up with that. Dark Sigma is my term. Dark Sigma is a term I use to describe when a Sigma takes all of his best traits and uses it for the most nefarious, evil purposes you can think of. That's a dark Sigma. And a dark Sigma is hands down the most dangerous thing you'll ever fucking encounter. A dark Sigma is the most dangerous thing you'll ever encounter. King Von, absolutely. 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 King Von is the personification of a dark Sigma. He is the personification of a dark Sigma. Absolutely. King Von is what any of us Sigmas will become if we get pushed to our limits. Because I remember being 18 and 19. I was going down that path. I literally, in my mind, I didn't even know I was thinking about alphas. In my mind, because I was around so many alphas, in my mind, I was like, you know what? The only way these niggas is gonna respect me is if I take somebody out. I was going down that path. Luckily for me, I got the hell away from that environment, so I didn't have to go down that path. But a Sigma who is pushed to his limits will become that. And that's why you'll see a lot of dark Sigmas in certain cities. LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, in any city where there's a lot of violence and a lot of shit. Like Sigmas do not like environments like that because Sigmas like to be at peace. So when you have a Sigma in an environment like that and it pushes them to their limits, they become the most dangerous people in those environments. They become the most dangerous people in those environments. And the alphas in those environments don't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance because the alpha is going to do something and then the sigma is going to come back. You feel me? Sigma is going to come back on you. Like, okay, I'll give you a prime example. Y'all remember Belly, right? In the movie Belly, Tommy Buns, he was an alpha. He was an alpha, right? All of the dudes that was around Tommy, Sincere, all of them dudes, they were betas, except Knowledge. Knowledge was a sigma. Knowledge was a sigma. Remember when he called up Tommy? He's like, yo, where my fucking bail money? And Tommy was like, nigga, F you. Suck my, all of that shit, and hung the phone up. Knowledge was like, okay, bet. He hopped on the phone and called Meth. He's like, yo, they just hit me with some joints, son. I need you to handle that. Knowledge was the sigma on that movie. And he was the most dangerous one on that movie. That was the nigga that was in a relationship with a cop and they were selling drugs. You feel me? That nigga was the most dangerous dude in that whole damn movie. See, an alpha will get mad at some niggas. An alpha will go handle it themselves. A sigma, hey yo, yeah, I got the drop on them niggas. Yeah, they gonna be over there at such and such. Make sure don't nobody come out. That's a sigma. That's a sigma. Alpha punches faces. Sigmas press buttons. Sigmas press buttons. And most people say, well, that ain't honorable. Sigma don't give a fuck about honor. He may pretend he cares about honor for the public. He may pretend like he's an honorable person. But if he pretends like he's an honorable person, that puts you at a disadvantage. Because if you think he's honorable, you never gonna see it coming when he does some shiesty shit. You ain't never gonna see it coming. Like I could do this with every movie. Every single movie. Carlito from Carlito's Way was an alpha. Remember when he beat up Benny Blanco? He knew he shouldn't have been doing it. Because even when he did it, he said, oh, I shouldn't have did this, man. I shouldn't have did this. And just like an alpha, he made the classic mistake that alphas make. He didn't take Benny out. He left Benny alive. And the only problem was Benny was a sigma. Benny was a sigma. So Benny Blanco from the Bronx, he said, word, you gonna beat me up in front of everybody? Okay, I got you. I got you, Carlito. I got you, bruh. Ghost is definitely a Sigma and Tommy's definitely an Alpha. Look, I told y'all, anytime you see two dudes that's in business together, the best combination is an Alpha and a Sigma. However, even though that's the best combination, that's usually the combination that's going to end up in friction with each other. That's usually the combination that's going to end up in friction with each other. Dame and Jay-Z, Alpha and Sigma, end up in friction with each other. Ghost and Tommy, Sigma and Alpha, end up in friction with each other. That shit is going to always happen with alphas and sigmas. They make a great combination, great business combination, but they always going to end up disagreeing. They're going to always end up disagreeing. Avon and Stringer. Avon and Stringer Bell. Avon, Alpha, Stringer, Sigma. The only problem and the reason why, the only reason, and some people will say, well, if Stringer was a Sigma, how did he end up losing? He ended up losing because the two people he fucked over were also Sigmas. That's how he ended up losing. He fucked over Bruh Muzone, Sigma. You feel me? Dark Sigma. And he fucked over Omar, another dark Sigma. So he fucked over two Sigmas. And that's how he met his end. That's how he met his end. See, the only reason, look, you look at Marlo. Marlo was an Alpha. The only reason Marlo was willing to listen to Stringer is because Alphas will listen to Sigmas. A Sigma is usually the best advisor to an Alpha, right? That's why Marlo had Chris Partlow. Chris Partlow was a Sigma. Chris Partlow was a Sigma. Snoop was a Beta. And that's why she didn't see Michael coming, because Michael was a Sigma. And that's the reason why Marlo saw something in Michael. Because like I said, Alphas will like Sigmas as long as the Sigma don't cross them. And what did you see with Marlo and Chris in the jail scene? Didn't they get into it with each other? Marlo said, was they saying my name? Chris said, man, you didn't need that on your mind. Motherfucker, what you know about what I need on my mind? Like, they getting into it. They getting into it. Bro, I could do this all day. Cheese from The Wire, Beta. Beta. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why Chris took a liking to Michael, because they're both Sigmas. Chris saw something in Michael that he saw in himself. And Sigmas have complicated pasts. Sigmas have complicated childhoods, because Sigmas start off quiet. Sigmas start off quiet to themselves, and then people take advantage of that shit. Michael's father was obviously taking advantage of that shit. And it cost his father his life for taking advantage of a Sigma when he was young. Because a Sigma can turn cold-blooded. It's easy for a Sigma to stop feeling. It's easy for a Sigma to become cold-blooded. And that's when Sigmas get dangerous. Said Little Dirk and King Von, both Sigmas. Yeah. Certain cities breed a lot of Sigmas. Chicago is one of them. Chicago got a lot of Sigmas. Kanye's a Sigma. Common is a Sigma. Some cities breed a lot of Sigmas. Said, bro, you giving them so much game right now. Man, they don't even know, bro. They don't even know how deep this shit goes. They don't even know how deep this shit goes, bro. They have no idea how deep it goes. See, a Sigma can't cross the threshold. You know how in movies they say if you take a life, you could never come back from that? They're really talking about Sigmas. If a Sigma takes a life, if he crosses that threshold, he's never the same. He's never the same. A Sigma gets cold-blooded. You feel me? And it's dangerous with a Sigma because Sigmas are cold. Sigmas are already cold and calculating. So you add into that the lack of value for humanity, it becomes a dangerous thing. Like everybody crack jokes about Jay-Z. Jay-Z's dangerous. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all think that dude is not dangerous, you're crazy. Jay-Z is cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. And the reason I know he's cold-blooded is because he shot his own brother. Any Sigma that gets to the point where they can do that type of harm to a relative, they're gonna be cold after that. They're gonna be cold after that. They're gonna be super cold out of that. And Brooklyn is one of those places. The thing about Brooklyn has a lot of alphas, but they got a lot of Sigmas too. They got a lot of Sigmas too. New York is one of them cities that have alphas, but they got Sigmas too. In New York, the alphas don't really survive. The Sigmas do. So when you look at New York and you look at all of them names that ring out, the ones that lost their lives were alphas. The ones that still out here maneuvering or they went to prison and they still alive, those are the Sigmas. Those are the Sigmas. Those are the Sigmas. Supreme, Sigma. Prince, Sigma. Jam Master Jay, Alpha. Fat Cat, Sigma. Pappy Mason, Alpha. Tookie Williams, out in LA, Alpha. Freeway Ricky Ross, Sigma. And what do you notice? Tookie ain't here no more. Rick Ross is. Pop Smoke, definitely Alpha. Definitely Alpha. Al Capone, definitely Alpha. John Gotti, Alpha. Sammy the Bull Gravano, Sigma. See, alphas have a I don't give a fuck mentality. An alpha will go down with the ship. A sigma is going to figure out a way to survive. That's why Batman adopted the bat as his symbol, because bats are what? Survivors. A sigma is going to figure out a way to survive. That's why no matter what happens, building blow up, whatever, the Joker is going to survive. It looks like he died, but that nigga survived. Can you change categories? It's possible. It's possible. But if you get in a fight or flight situation, you're going to fall back on what you really are. Shout out to Exile Sinju, said, AM, could you do a Sons of Anarchy hierarchy? Ooh, Sons of Anarchy. Ooh, I'd have to go back and watch that. But just off the top of my head, Clay was an alpha. Jax was an alpha. Jibbs was a sigma. What's my man's name that lost his life in the prison? What's my man's name that lost his life in the prison? Shout out to the Dark Hero. Said, was Ghost's wife an issue for him because he was a sigma, and Tasha because she seemed like female alpha, or does it matter what type of woman she was? Yes, she was a problem for him, and that's the reason why he wanted to be with Angela. She was absolutely a problem for him. She was absolutely a problem for him. Opie was an alpha too. Opie was an alpha too. Juice was a beta. Juice was a beta. Said Jeffrey Dahmer. Most serial killers are sigmas. Did y'all hear what I said about dark sigmas? Y'all ain't paying attention. Most serial killers are sigmas. Most serial killers are sigmas. But anyway, I've been on here long enough, jaw jacking. Oh my goodness. Yo, shout out to everybody that came through and hung out with me. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to L Marshall. He said, thanks for the content tonight. Appreciate you. Let's see if we got anybody else that supported. Let's see. Shout out to Jaron. Shout out to Steve. He said supporting the shoe. Shout out to TJ. He said Eric B. Alpha rock him. Yeah. 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 Appreciate y'all, man. Yo, make sure you guys go check out my book, The Angryman Standard, which is available on Amazon. All you have to do is type the Angryman Standard in the search bar and it will come up. Also, if you want to check out the merchandise, all you have to do is go to shop.binonation.com. Again, that's shop.binonation.com, or you can just click the link that is on the screen. But other than that, man, salute to everybody. I appreciate y'all. And I'm going to get up out of here. Deuces.